everybody. Welcome to today's stream. I'm well, as the title says as much, I'm going to be ranting today because I saw a lot of stuff on Twitter that really got me thinking. Well, a lot of stuff in general that's got me thinking. And I'll get into it in a moment here. Let me just set up some things, like the music, for instance. Make sure y'all can hear that and it's not blasting in my ear. There we go. Anyways, so I was on Twitter today. Well, I saw this post yesterday. It's been going around. And supposedly, fans of Invincible are complaining about the animation quality of the show and comparing it to JJK. I involuntarily seen clips of Invincible, and I've only watched, well, I haven't fully watched season 1 because hey, it's Night Rider. What's up, buddy? I haven't fully watched season 1 because I knew what they were going to do with one character, and it's a trope that they like to do a lot. So I didn't. That's my prerogative. But I have seen clips, and one, it's a mistake in my humble opinion. It's a mistake to compare Invincible with JJK, even though they're both like anime that's like outsourced overseas. Damn, not Voltron having fan animation. I'm fucking weak. But this thing has really got me thinking. And then, well, at least yesterday, I was like not ranting, but like talking about it with some peeps in the Discord server. And if anything, if you want to compare, like, I don't think it's fair to compare Invincible to JJK. One, because they're JJK's company that animates the Mappa. It's notorious for its practices of mistreating artists, and artists want to constantly die while working there. That's one. Another fact is it's just it's kind of like some of the has been anime. Honestly, yeah, because there is always comparisons of Western animation to Eastern animation, and that's all well and good. But in this certain circumstances, and I'm going to say this just off the bat, I don't think Invincible has good animation. I think season 1 has its best, and it sort of gotten a little bit lazy from there. But that's just my humble opinion. There's probably like other fight scenes, like the season, what was it, season 3 with Conquest and Invincible and Adam Eve fighting. There was also like the Adam Eve special that had some really good like fight choreography and stuff like that. Also, she wasn't nerfed. But again, to compare it to something like JJK, one, that company, Mappa, infamous. Two, I feel like it's better to compare it to like another Western animated, even if it's like animated overseas, because nothing is animated in house anymore. Hence why I'm here in my mother's garage ranting. Sad but true. And I want to leave. Because I feel like there's a difference. There is a distinct difference between Western animation and um, Eastern animation, but that's a whole other conversation for a whole other day. I don't think it is fair to compare JJK to or compare Invincible to JJK. That's not fair. Also, hi Duke. I think if you're going to make a comparison to Invincible, you should at least compare it to a show that's similar in size and scope. I was actually thinking about this earlier today and like, huh, what show can I compare this to? Like, what can I really compare Invincible with? And one thing that popped into my head that was a Western production was Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. But then I realized I don't think that's a fair comparison either because they have two distinctly different art styles and just styles in general. So I think, like, if you ask me legitimately, I think a better comparison is Teen Titans. Even season 1 of Young Justice. I think those are better comparisons to Invincible because not only are they like in a similar scope, or I think people compare it to X-Men 97. But I think they just got an anime studio to animate that show. They probably did. Most likely they did. Plus, Disney has the money. I'm I'm not noting X-Men 97 for one distinct reason because we only got one season of X-Men 97. Cuz season 1 of Invincible, as much as I have problems with it, it was probably its most memorable season. Like if you really think about if someone tells you, "Hey, have you seen Invincible?" or "Hey, when someone says Invincible, what do you think about?" But you think about Omni Man fucking being the shit out of Invincible. And those memorable moments, I think, come from season 1 rather than the subsequent seasons. But that's just me. I know they changed studios. I know X-Men 97 is returning for a second season. Um However, I didn't compare it to X-Men 97 because it only has one season. And things might get changed, things might get worse, you never know. Season 1 has the best animation because it wasn't rushed. Same for the anime special. If you think season 2 of Immortal PG being dragged down to Earth, there is some truth to that. There is some truth of time because from my understanding they're already working on season 5 while season 4 is airing, which is normal. It is normal. It is normal. It is normal to do that. In an animation setting, you could be like working on like season 11 while season 8 is airing. It That is normal. And oftentimes when seasons come out and they need to gauge how popular it is, that's when like the 2 season order comes in, you know? They work on season 1, and while they're working on season 2 and season 1 is airing, they gauge where how popular it is, and then they order more seasons from there. Especially nowadays, that's how it works. Season 1 had the best animation. I'm just catching up on chat, my bad. And the same for Adami Saji if you think oh wait, I read that already, my bad. The PNG could work. Just added effects on the screen to simulate something. Yeah, I could. If it doesn't even need to be much. If you look at something like Powerpuff Girls, you can tell that they're flying even when they're like just flat on the screen. And it's just like little like waves in their hair or in Blossom's bow. But again, that's not a good comparison because again, it's a more cartoony style, and Invincible's going for that pure comic book style. I don't even think Teen Titans is a. I mean, I think Teen Titans is a better comparison because it does do that PNG dragging thing, but it feels more impactful and like something is being hit. Like when Robin is on his bullshit again, right? And he's doing the absolute most. And just on his like fucking business, right? Teen Titans is based on anime though. That is also true. Let me not use Teen Titans. Let me use Young Justice, because Young Justice. I love Young Justice is a series I've suffered through voluntarily because I loved the first season so much. And it makes me actively angry that one, I don't think they should have killed off Wally West. But Young Justice is a good example of a superhero show with better animation. I mean, it's not really that hard, but you can feel at least the impact of things, the simulation of flying, the thing. To be honest, I don't think animated shows that go for the hyper realistic comic art styles were great. Kind of. It depends. Honestly, kind of, but that's just my this is my personal preference coming out. Like I preferred like more stylized shows. However, with uh with Young Justice, it is a little bit stylized from um compared to Invincible. Except what season was it? I think it was season 4, 3 or 4, where they went for the look that was seen in like the DC animated movies at the time that was based on the New 52. Like it started with Flashpoint and I hate that art. That art style I hated it. It was not appealing to me. It was it was not appealing to me whatsoever. Excuse me, I'm gonna get some references. 'Cause I had one that I wanted to reference, but I put it away somewhere. But yeah, the fact of the matter is, um, at the end of the day, the animation is still bad. It's not great, and the fact that even like indie cartoons, like I'm not gonna say Has Been Hotel, I'm gonna say Hell of a Boss because I think Hell of a Boss is better written than Has Been Hotel, and that's sincerely not saying that much. Or the Amazing Digital Circus, or even anything like Glitch is doing, has miles there, and they're indie studios and they have miles better animation than the show backed by Amazon. Well, about well, Legend of Korra again, it's not bad. I think it's a fair comparison with like Legend of Korra and Invincible, but Voltron got screwed over. I can say that without a shadow of a doubt. Voltron completely got screwed over by just the absolute most. And it's basically because they kept Shiro alive. And they had to rework around that. Spoiler alert for Voltron. That's like almost, oh my god, it's 10 years old? I'm old. I'm old as hell. Anyways, so with Voltron, and at the end of like I believe it was season 2, Shiro was supposed to die. He was supposed to be like Dunzo, dead as hell, dead. Wait, did they did they really did they really have a fight scene where they fought completely in the dark? Please say psych right now. They didn't do that. Did they really do that? I completely forgot my point. Once you said, I'm so sorry. So yeah, Voltron, Shiro was supposed to die, but I think the executives wanted to bring Shiro back because he was a popular and beloved character. So they were kind of, with their arms in a twist, they kind of had to bring him back. And you see like in certain scenes, he's leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and looking off into space. Yeah, that was supposed to be Keith. That was not supposed to be Shiro. And plus the whole like Klance Gate is why, and Phantom Spaces it is what it is today because people don't know how to fucking behave themselves. Invincible fights Cerberus completely off screen. Um uh oh, so if that's the case, then you can just fucking blame Robert Kirkman because which is funny because I did watch a video early today while I was meal prepping that, and it's kind of obvious that this is the case, that Robert Kirkman, who wrote Invincible, it's very clear to, at least to me, he doesn't care about how it looks and or like the animation aspects, and he cares about like which celebrity is going to come in and voice a character. And it goes into the conversation of so are celebrity voice actors really worth it? And I'm of the opinion of well, it depends. Oh man, I went onto the wrong ass layer. I'm an idiot. It looks like Wonder Woman. It's not Wonder Woman, but thank you. Um yeah, it really depends because there are some actors who are on screen talent who can voice act, and there are actors who are on screen talent that cannot. Um, my favorite example is like Steven Yeun and J.K. Simmons. They can do both. Uh, they can um, they can both do voice acting, which they had before. Uh, One of my favorite roles that Steven Yeun has done is Speckle from Tuca and Birdie. Yeah, I got you, Barky boy. He's so funny there. And of course, J.K. Simmons is J.K. Simmons, and he has a voice of an angel. So that part I'm not really like they are, and they are expensive actors. Don't get me wrong. It, but if it, but they have they can voice act. It's um that's something under their tool, under their tool belt. That's something that could, you get what I mean. However, a recent example that's not invincible because again, I didn't watch the show. I just involuntarily see animation, and it's like, mm, mm, and I see people's reactions to those animations, and I'm just like, mm. I got thoughts. But anyways, um, a good example of a person who is a good on-screen talent, but not so much a voice actor, is what's her name? Anna Taylor Joy in Super Mario Brothers, and Zendaya in Space Jam. Look, they're awesome. They are amazing. They are amazing on screen talent, but they can't voice act. I'm sorry, they can't. And it's one of those things where uh, they have it in this, the studios have it in their heads like, oh yeah, we need a big name for our animated movie. Hey, guess what, this character is being voiced by the chick from the game, the Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit. And honestly, from a marketing perspective, and like, if you're banking on that for the kids to know, what child is watching the Queen's Gambit? No child is watching the Queen's Gambit. I can rest assured, no one's watching that. I can understand Chris Pratt, even though I don't like Chris Pratt. I can understand him because he's known for Guardians of the Galaxy, and well, he's not good as Mario either. At least Super Mario Bros. Has some voice direction. Space Jam 2 did not. No, 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 it didn't. But I'm gonna use the Mario movie because that's more relevant right now. Space Jam 2, I barely remember. I just saw it and I was just like, oh my god, Space Jam. Oh my god, LeBron can't act for shit. Oh my god, Don Cheadle. Oh my god, this is kind of bad. I remember where Gabriel Iglesias says that he got the role of Speedy Gonzalez, and the studio just wanted him to use his normal voice, and he was just like, "Nah, bro, I'm doing the voice." You see what I mean? You see? Do you see what I mean? You see what I mean? And like he did a great job as Speedy. I'm not gonna hold you. Anyways, back to the Mario movie. I'm gonna circle back to the topic at hand. I promise. But this is just a larger issue. With the animation space in general is the bank on celebrity voice actors. Like, I really wish we would like stop trying to make that a thing. And it's not a new problem, right? It's been like that since the 90s. And what started that problem was Aladdin. And contrary to belief, Robin Williams did not want that to happen. But it did. Because of a petty asshole. Low-key, Shrek did it so much to the animation industry. Then like it was no Shrek perpetuated it, but Aladdin did start it. And oh yeah. So the story is with Robin Williams and Aladdin. He was tired. They came to him, showed him footage of him doing his stand-up comedy and the animators animating over it, and he was just like, I love this. Sign me on. But he had a stipulation. You cannot use my voice or my likeness or something like that for promotion. Meaning you can't say, fucking Robin Williams is the genie. Da 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 da. You can't do that. And Jeffrey Katzenberg, petty asshole, was like, okay, but you can't do Fern Gully. And Fern Gully is a project that Robin Williams really wanted to do. And he's just like, well, I'm already in a contract with that, and I really want to do it, so I'm not going to like get myself sued just for you. And then Jeffrey Katzenberg, petty asshole, was just like, all right. We won't use your voice as promotional material. Then proceeded to do it anyways. And unfortunately, it worked in some way. So much so that Jeffrey Katzenberg did it again. Not with Shrek. With his first movie, Ants. I don't even remember. Let me look up Ants. Let me look up who was like the fucking Ants. I know, was it Woody Allen, Sylvester Stallone? Who was the woman in the Ants? Sharon Stone, Gene Hackman, Jennifer Lopez, Christopher Walken. And then that, well, Ants wasn't that much of a hit, I don't think. But then he pushed it again with Shrek. So it wasn't Shrek that started it, but because it happened before, after Aladdin. Um, but it did perpetuate it. Like, I think even for Prince of Egypt, which is also a production of DreamWorks, they had like Val Kilmer, Jeff Goldblum, and Sandra Bullock in it. So, like I said, this was a problem. It wasn't a problem back then, but it became a bigger problem after Shrek. Because after Shrek, we got more and more and more celebrity voice actors who cannot voice act, and less of like voice talent. Like at least Shrek had, apart from Cameron Diaz, because Cameron Diaz is Cameron Diaz. Well, she, it was fine. She did fine. No, damn. Now that I really think about it, like post Aladdin, a lot of like, not only there was like Robin Williams, there's also Gilbert Gottfried, and after that, Mulan heavily fucking promoted Eddie Murphy in it. It was a but yeah, that's why we're in the scope now, and that harkens back to Invincible, where we have these celebrities who are great on-screen talent, and that they think that correlates into good voice acting when it doesn't. It does not. Sometimes it does. Most of the time, it does not. Hey, Acid Nicole, how you doing? Like, oof, oof, oof. I need to calm now. And when let me go back to Invincible. When people, I seen a lot of complaints saying, "Oh, it's because they spend the budget on the celebrity voice actors." And knowing like things with lesser budget has gotten more or better animation than the one that's literally funded by Amazon, it kind of makes you think like, yeah, that kind of can contribute into the budget. However, there is also another thing. Animation is not taken seriously by anybody anywhere. There are passionate people who love what they do with animation and want to make like the best animated thing ever out there, no matter what. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying like the passion and the care and the effort that we as audience can see, and the artists can only pray and hope the audience can see. I'm not denying that. However, there is a stigma against animation as just kid stories. And it's just like, who fucking cares? It's just an animated film. It's just for something to put on in the kid for the kids in the background. And unfortunately, um the video fuck, I think it's called like Invincible Doesn't Care About Animation. The video points out, fuck, I keep going on the wrong goddamn layer. I'm an idiot. The video points out that um I almost said Greg Wiseman. that's that's a, Greg Wiseman is not the showrunner for Invincible. He is the showrunner for Young Justice. I have problems with him, but put a pin on that. Oh my god. He also did like Spectacular Spider-Man, and that's like a really good show. So if you haven't seen Spectacular Spider-Man, check it out. Uh, Robert Kirkman. Robert Kirkman. I think his first comic was The Walking Dead. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is one of those things where I'm talking on the spot and I'm not doing research. So don't take this as like a fucking video essay, okay? He wrote it like back in the 2000s, right? Early 2000s. And we got The Walking Dead show, which was live action. And he spent, what, how many years on that? A good part of a decade on that. The entirety of last season was spent on one shot of marks here in the. That is true. That's where the budget went. It's Mark's hair. No, okay. So he's spending a good majority of time in the live action space. So maybe I don't know. Again, I want to reiterate, I involuntarily see these clips and shit, not as like I go out and search for it. I just happen upon it, okay? I tried to watch the first season of Invincible, but I knew there was one character in there, and I knew where they were going to do with that character, and then I realized why they changed it, and it pissed me off so much, so I stopped watching, and I haven't watched it since. That's the scope. So whatever you tell me, I will take to heart. Okay, good. So um the first comic was The Walking Dead. I believe he got this kind of super course credit for them, and it came to certain characters he had no idea how to write. Didn't he state that he had no idea how to write Adam Eve? And he just did not know what to do with her? That's wild. But what was I saying? Shit. Yeah, I think he's like so used to the live action space that he thinks it will translate to an animated animation space when it doesn't. Like the recent development for Invincible is that he completely changed the gender of Tech Jacket because he didn't want to do something about him being a hormonal teenage boy. Okay. I mean, I can understand why he would feel like he needs to course correct in a series because Lord knows because I actually read some of the Invisible comic. That's why I was like pissed off at one moment and I refused to watch the show. I'm gonna talk about that trope, but in a minute. But yeah, I can see a lot of course correcting. Because holy golly, um, Eve's dad was worse in that comic than he is in the show. And you might think, oh, how is that possible? It's possible, man. So they found in some way somehow it is possible. Wait. Okay. And with what was I saying? Shit, I'm so sorry. Like there was one scene in this one. This is one of the clips I've seen. I remember like a scene where Eve introduces Mark to her parents, and her dad was like complete. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like talking about like, oh yeah, she was good as a virgin. Oh no, she doesn't even feel the same anymore. Like, bro, what the fuck? I'm not joking. It was some sort of along those lines. It was not good. But they changed it in the show, and thank God they did. Where he's more like concerned and upset that his daughter is dating someone that almost got her killed like 3 times, which is a valid concern. He's still a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. He's still a piece of shit. However, he does raise a good point. And I also think like they develop his like hatred for super people a little bit better. No, Rob couldn't write women. Most women in the series would just cheat all the time, like all the time. Michonne in the Walking Dead comments would sleep with everyone. He wrote women to have conflicting. What the hell? She only gets killed like 3 more times because yeah. What? That's crazy. Him having concern over his freak daughter dating a guy who almost got her killed. That's insane. So damn it, I'm on the wrong layer again. So about him writing women, this is one of the aspects that pissed me off, and this is an overall trope that pisses me off. Because if you don't tell by my cute little figure here, which is kind of covering up the screen a little bit too much. Let me nope, nope, no. There we go. If you can't tell, I am a colored woman. I'm black. Okay, I'm black. And in the series, you can tell where I'm going with this. In the series, in the animated series, in the Invincible animated series, Mark has a girlfriend named Amber. I saw that. I saw how she acted, and I was like, get this shit out of my face. Get the shit out of my face. Get the shit out of my face. Don't insult me. Don't insult my intelligence. Just don't. You know, just you know, just don't fuck with me right now. Fuck off. Sincerely fuck off. Amber becoming a disposable black girlfriend when she used to be white. Yeah. And I know why they like made her black is like, oh, diversity. We want to be more diverse. But at what cost? Tell me something. Tell me something. Tell me something. This is just me being like buck wild, okay? Tell me something. Why couldn't Eve be black? Oh, but she's a redhead, so. It just seems like a weird, deliberate choice, and having her like act the way she acted in the show did not make it any better. And the most funniest part of it all, the relationship that they hyped up ended up being the most boring aspects of the show. That's where the budget went. Because that was a curious little bee. Because I've seen a lot of people. I've seen a lot of people talk about how Mark and Eve are so boring. I was like, okay, let me check it out. Let me see. By God, I can't even remember like most of the shit I watched. God, it was so bad. It was so fucking bad. It was so fucking bad. Not the point. Put a pin on that. It was bad. Hey, Mark, go save the world. He's in danger. You're the only one who can stop him. Eve scratched her leg, okay? Even though she can heal herself, she scratched it, and I need to stay here with her. Type shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro. But yes, the infamous disposable black girlfriend trope, I fucking hate. And it's one of the reasons I stopped watching Invincible. I don't care if it was, oh, it's supposed to happen. Oh, it was in the comics. Da, 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 da. The fact, what a hurt. It's her. It's one thing to do it, right? Because they always fucking do it. Always, 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 always. They always do it. It's another thing to do it intentionally. Because Amber was white in the comics. And at that point, it's just like, okay, if you're just gonna put a character in there for the sake of diversity and have her be like one of the worst, it's just like, what's the fucking point? It seems like you're like sending a message here. It feels like too intentional. I've seen people complain about the pregnancy reveal, and as someone who's known about this for a while due to the comics, it's a little funny to see, but it's also valid. Straight up made Amber the diversity. They did. They fucking did. And they gave her the aggressive black women trope. And people got pissed at her when she said, "Oh yeah, I knew you were a superhero." And I'm just here like, I can understand why people are pissed at that. I can understand why. However, this is their first relationship and they're trying to navigate that. Could it be communicated better? Of course. But they're fucking teenagers. What teenager fucking communicates well? None. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way that I've seen other love interests who do the same shit. I'm looking at you, Mary Jane. Who do the same shit and get no flack. Adults who don't even communicate well. Exactly. So it's something to just explore a little bit. Like, how is it having a secret identity with someone you care about? It's kind of like how, oh, good example. It's kind of like how in My Adventures with Superman, Jimmy Olsen knew about Clark's identity. Right? He outright says, Clark, I already know you're Superman. Like, it was like obvious from day one that you were Superman. I already fucking knew. Right? It's net. Let me pop in on VC. Right, like Jimmy outright said, like, Clark, I already know you're fucking Superman. And everybody was just like, yeah, that makes sense. Fuck. Oh wait, now I know why it did the thing. Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have to give Windows a boot again.
You're back on what, Linux or something?
Yeah. I'm back on the orange box.
Hey, at least it's working for you and we can hear you.
Yeah. I did do some tests because I was like, I ain't going to fucking use this shit if I have to like I can't play Left 4 Dead on my laptop. That would be shit, right? So I
Right.
tested that. I joined an official server. I joined a modded game. I tried everything. Every single time I was able to join and play and have no issues. So if I can't join in now, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw shit.
You're gonna fucking shit yourself. It's wild to me how people hated Lois making Clark reveal himself as Superman when she did that for most of the Lois Lane. She did the most Lois Lane did. Yeah, like Lois Lane always does that shit. She fucking yeeted herself off a building in the old Superman movies because she was that sure Clark Kent was Superman. She was just like, oh, you're not gonna tell me? You're not gonna admit you're Superman? Yay! Out the fucking window.
That's insane, though.
Yeah, but that's
It's
just
very much Lois
Lane.
Lane. Because, like, bitch didn't even know. Okay, if y'all ever seen the Paramount films, bitch didn't even know how to fly a plane, and she flew a plane over to an evil scientist's private island, and then was surprised when he like tied her up instead of giving her the interview that she wanted. It's like, bitch, if somebody sends you a letter that says, hey, I'm about to destroy the world in like a few hours, the first thing you should be thinking isn't, oh shit, better get my
Story.
pilot license. Yeah, let me get my pilot license and fly over there, and then knock on his door casually, like, hi, I'm with the Daily Planet, do you have time for an interview? Like, dead ass.
Like, what kind of fuck? Who ordered the snow bunny? I'm not mad. I just want to know who. And she got dedication. Yeah, but that's just her character, right? I was talking about how like in Invincible, Amber outright tells Mario like, "Oh, I already know you're a superhero." And shit like that. That scene plus the whole like disposable black girlfriend bit that I still refuse to watch the show. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm not strong enough. I invested so much time into Danny Phantom, right? So much fucking time into Danny Phantom. And they had like this enemies to lover type shit where it's a forbidden love type shit. They were perfect for each other. They got along so well, right? And then they say, nah, he has to be with the boring goth girl. I'm just like, bitch, bitch. I feel like the Amber being mad at Mark for hiding it would have gone better if they hadn't changed the story so badly with the Battle Beast episode. Probably. Honestly, I mean, like I said, I just chalk it up like to that whole thing. Because you can see in the comics, Mark doesn't bleed or get hurt until Omni-Man a fight. In that context, when she gets mad at him, he's you're like, okay, that makes sense. But in the show, they leave him in a cast head to toe. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to look bitter, I guess. I don't fucking know, bro. So she breaks up with him knowing he almost died. Yeah, okay. Now I can see why a lot of people were pissed.
To be honest, Amber is kind of like written to be a bitch.
Yeah.
If we're being real. Because
Yeah.
the idea, like, I mean, granted, I feel like Lois Lane's kind of the same though.
She is. This is what I. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Because like Lois, even like during that like storyline I was bringing up from like the Paramount films, she specifically muscles Clark out of that story. She tells the chief editor, "Hey, I don't need this fucking country boy following me around."
Yeah.
Like, damn, he's supposed to be like your coworker, and you're just straight up calling him a hick. You're calling him a country boy. You're just insulting him to his face.
Yeah. Mind you, I'm not a hater of Amber. She has had a right to be angry, but the show just changes it. And it's one of those. I guess what they were trying to do was like we always have that classic. Oh, I can't tell them my secret identity, or else they're gonna be in danger, right? But they tried to like flip it into. Well, obviously, they wanted to make this shit like that, but it's like they wanted to flip the script on it a little bit and explore the level of trust in that. And what if your partner did know and you just chose not to tell them? Of course, they're going to feel some type of way about it.
Fucked up.
What'd you do?
I accidentally blasted my ears out with like a volume control.
Sir.
Like it happens sometimes.
Changing a story too much to make it worse. When you adapted, these things cause horrible ripple effects. They didn't want to make Mark look flawed when that was the point of a teenage superhero comic that was realistic. I mean, yeah.
Well, to be real, the whole scenario doesn't feel realistic to begin with, because like when you think about it, fuck, her name's escaping me because I just got flashbanged by sound.
Amber?
Amber, thank you. I was gonna say Alice. Fuck. That's how badly I got flashbanged by sound. I was legit like had to rip my headphones off for a second. But no, like in all seriousness, the issue with Amber is that like in any situation where you find out your friend has been putting themselves in like a situation to help others, even at the expense of their own safety, because they believe in something. Even if you're like, hey, I wish you had told me you were doing this stuff, your answer shouldn't like be to make it about yourself and then be like, I'm breaking up with you.
Yeah.
Because there's no world where a person who you actually care for keeps something like that, and the answer is I need to be a bitch to them about it.
Yeah.
That it's like the equivalent of like, hey, I work as a firefighter or something like that, and I don't tell people what my job is, and the girl I'm dating doesn't know what my job is, but like my fucking beeper keeps going off, and I have to keep like interrupting dates for work. It's like you're allowed to be upset about the dates thing, but like if the reason is that like I'm going to fight fires, your next thought isn't to be like I need to make this all about me. And
Yeah.
if it is, then as a person, I think you need to reevaluate yourself.
And I will say, yeah, they're like teenagers, so everything's about them.
Right.
When you're in that stage of life, so it is kind of like realistic, but they do like work on it when they get back together, I believe. And the reason why ultimately break up with each other is because she can't handle the pressure of dating as a superhero, which is fine. That's
See that well,
fine.
that's a real reason. That's an actual real reason, not
Yeah.
the let me uh let me go full on, well, you know.
It's like, oh, you didn't tell me. How come you don't trust me? Type shit.
Right. And in doing so and lashing out like that, you are exactly proving why they were right to not tell you.
Fucking teenagers, man.
Fair, but I mean, there's adults who are like that, who are just like, why won't you tell me about this stuff? And then you just look at them like, mm,
I'm sorry, I had a
I
little giggle
wonder
inside.
why. Right?
Saying shit. Anyways, but yeah, all the whole like disposable black girlfriend shit is my reason why I just stopped. I just refuse to watch it anymore because I'm so sick and tired of that trope. But
That, to
Mark
be fair, is
and
like one of the things that does suck, because like that could genuinely have come from anybody, but like the way they
yeah,
write her in the comics
yes,
and the way they portray her really, really goes with the this is a white boy dating a black girlfriend for the first time type shit.
yes, I can't do it, Nat. I can't do it. Oh my god. It's bad enough. It's bad enough that black women get so much shit in the nerd space in general just by existing. Y'all had to do this.
Well, I mean, it depends.
What do you mean?
Because there are like certain spaces in like the nerd community where it's like predominantly Latinos and minorities, specifically like Tekken 8. That for some reason that is just really popular with people who are of, I don't know why. It's just one of those things where it's like they're just it's really popular.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but I'm talking about black women in particular because we get shit on for just existing. And you know
Oh yeah,
that's
no, that's
true.
fair. Well, yeah, that that to be honest happens a lot because of like just who's writing it.
In this case, 3 white men. I actually don't know. I just know Robert Kirkman's white.
But yeah, no, like for real, the real issue with that is that like you go through that stuff and you like and you look at that like media, and you understand who's like making it, right? Like when the Japanese people do a black person, they are stereotypical as fuck about it because they're just
Oh
like, "Ooh,
yeah.
look at the black person,"
Oh yeah.
and it's like it's almost like hard to. Well, not say it's not. It's hard to get mad at them, but it's like one of the situations where it's like, damn, y'all really, really, really have never seen anybody of color before.
Yeah.
And like, well, I remember when I went over there and it was like complete shit. And they treated me like, you know, the odd one out. It like it
Mm-hmm.
really did hit that like, yeah, no, these people really like when you go outside of the US and you find out people are a lot more racist than you thought. But
Gee. I wonder what. I have no clue what that's like. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's still terrible. I'm sorry. I'm just. I can only laugh the pain away, you know?
no, I get you. But it's just one of those things where it's like when you see that media and you know, hey, this is written by white people, you unfortunately just have to know that they are going to paint people in a certain light because all they have is the fucking stereotypes to go off of.
Yeah.
Because you know they don't spend the time to actually interact with people of color.
Yeah. They could, but they just choose not to.
Yeah, no, exactly. Um,
And don't mistake us. We're in no way excusing this.
no, we're not. We're just very much understanding that that's the case. Like when I ask when somebody brings up, "Oh, I didn't know this song because I've never heard this rapper." I was like, "Oh, who do you listen to?" And they're just like, "Eminem, he's the best rapper." And they're like, "Oh, but I've heard a little bit of Kendrick. I heard that TV off and that Money Trees and that." And then you just kind of sit there like, "No, I get it. That's usually how it goes." And then when they keep going, you just go, yeah. Like, not that you're like putting them down or anything like that. It's just that you now realize, hey, okay, this is another white person who thinks they know because the Dunning
Mm-hmm.
Kruger effect of when you like interact with something, you believe you know it, but you don't have anything more than the surface understanding, if that. And like when you get something like that to happen, it's like you're not mad at them at that point. You're just kind of like, all right, you don't interact with us, and that's very much where you're at, and that's okay, right?
Yeah.
But I understand, like if while that's okay, I wouldn't want them to write a black person or act as a black person or try to portray anybody of like color at all. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But then they try to anyway.
Yeah. And we're just there staring at that, like, huh. Okay.
Though to be fair as well, like we can't. Okay, I'll say this because I suppose I should probably say this. Uh,
Go ahead.
Durag, Durag guy. You remember Durag man,
Captain Durag.
Captain Durag? Yeah,
Captain Durag.
yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Where that person is absolutely a person of color, but decided that what they wanted to do was make a hero of color whose whole gimmick was a do rag, but he didn't have any do-rag related superpowers or any hair related superpowers, which would have actually been, even if it would have been a little fucked up, it still would have been like interesting to be like, hey, yeah, celebrate black hairstyles and shit like that. Like, because I would have been down with that a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Instead, he was a cleaner in Slime City wearing a grape soda colored jumpsuit with no superpowers. He was a cleaner, a janitor.
Yep.
in Slime
Mm.
City,
Mm-hmm.
and his sidekick was a literal snow bunny.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at that and you just want to go, what are we doing out here?
Hey, what's that one city called in Resident Evil?
Tiff.
Just question.
Yeah, starts with R. I honestly don't remember
Oh,
it.
it's like a trash panda or something. I don't
Yeah.
know.
But yeah, the thing is with that is that you see that, and all I can think about is that fucking what is it? Eric McGruder, the one who wrote fucking Boondocks.
Aaron Magruder?
Magruder, thank you. Uh I just think back to him being like, hey, if you keep acting like you ain't got no sense when you get a chance to actually speak, then people eventually are just going to assume we all have no sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't get why people don't hustle, right? POC just as just as like the same you'd write themselves, not culturally, but normal with no stereotypes. Um,
The
you
unfortunate
kind
thing.
of run into a different type of issue.
Yeah, because the idea is that while people think normal is normal, normal is not normal. Normal shifts depending on your culture and your living situation and the experiences you go through. People have different ideas of what is considered normal.
Mm-hmm.
And what you get is how to say this. Do y'all ever take the chance to watch Us? Or is it Out? What is it? The one where the people are using the fuck. It's made by Jordan Peele, I think, right?
Yeah. um, Get Out is the one with the snow bunny. Us is the one with the
Yes.
doubles.
Okay. Fair. Okay. Just need to remember because both of them are irrelevant to this, but I need to make sure I get them in order. So, Get Out is what you would have if you were to just write them as what people who are not people of color would consider normal. And that's not to say that, like, I don't get it, right? Because there are some people who do grow up in the situation who do end up acting like the people from Get Out. I'm not going to lie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that leads to the other problem is that people try to write them as normal, but then they're like, oh shoot, but they're not a white person, they're a person of color, so I should add things in that a person of color would appreciate. And then you get into what we see nowadays, and then you'd be like, ah, frick. You can tell that it's not written by somebody.
Yeah.
And that's why like a lot of people be like, write what you actually know, not write what you think.
Yeah. Because I had another point, but I fucking forgot. um like you were saying, like every different people have different types of normals, right?
Yeah.
So like for instance, like hair. And this is like something I had a fight with a counselor about in fucking summer camp. My hair is different from white people's hair. White people can wash that shit every day. If I do that to my hair, it will fall out. And that's normal. My normal is washing it every other week, doing a little, what's it called? Doing a deep wash day once a month, and then doing a wash and go every other week. Don't if I do that every day, the moisture in my hair, it's going to dry, it's going to brittle out, it's going to break, and I'm going to go bald.
Right. And that's just something that you learn if you either A, have to live with that type of hair, or B, you work in a barber shop and you learn about the different course to find like types of hair, and you realize that like, hey, okay, when hair gets dry and it's keratin, right? And when keratin gets dried and it's lacking of nutrients, it becomes brittle, and that makes it easier for it to essentially fall out or break or whatever. And that is what you get when that happens to people. And that happens to people at different rates depending on the thickness of their like individual hair strands.
Exactly. Sorry.
And you'll only learn that stuff if you like actually go through like a cosmetology class, or you go through a barbershop class and you learn that, right? You learn different types and everything.
Mm-hmm. Or you like me, who hid her hair away through all types of shit until the pandemic, where I couldn't go to the salon anymore. I had to teach myself how to do my own hair.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Is that like you learn that stuff either by being the person who has it, or being somebody in that field who knows
Yeah.
it.
I already could tell, like, even like, especially like in like the Disney Channel movies, you can tell who had a black hairstylist on set and who didn't, or who did their own hair and who didn't. I'm looking at you, High School Musical. Hi, how's it going? Because they had her wear headbands upon headbands upon headbands upon headbands upon headbands. It's just like, yeah, nah, no one on set knew how to do her hair. They slapped a headband on it. And I also know, like, even in Invincible, uh, n- no one black designed Damder's hair.
No.
You can, I could already tell. I mean, I have no doubt in my mind there's lack in diversity in the writing room. That's kind of fucking obvious, because especially with like action shows, there is a lot of lack of diversity in the writing room. But you know, that's the conversation for another day. Back to the beginning of this stream, so I can recount all my points about just Invincible in general. A big problem I have with it, and another reasons why I don't really want to watch it, is because the latex, the spandex suits looks like constantly like they have wedgies. Like it's just a personal nitpick, but I feel like fucking their asses have more budget than the animation. Oh man. Oh, right, the comments on the Twitter post, right. That's why I wanted to bring up. So I've seen some like Twitter posts around well, the replies to that Twitter post that compared JJK to Invincible, when that's not really a fair comparison. And because, you know, they fucking kill their employees allegedly. Um they don't actually kill their employees. They don't actually kill their employees. They don't do it. Um so within it, I see like, and there were some comments here. I think Night Raider said, if they had more time to do it, they would have better animation, which is in some part of it true. However, I've seen indie people who did it in less time, and a fraction of the budget. And you're being funded by Amazon. And I know it's a big joke, like, oh, the budget went there, the budget went there, the budget went there. And of course, like with everything, it's not made in-house, it's made overseas. However, a lot of shows, especially like action show. Net, you good? You good?
What happened? No, like what
Uh
happened? I'm confused.
oh, because your thingy was like flashing. I thought you were trying to speak and I couldn't hear you.
No, no, no. I don't have any of the AI noise canceling stuff I usually have. So literally, it's just raw mic input.
Okay.
I have the window open and the birds are going crazy.
Happy spring, everybody. Anyways, sorry. Ooh, my memory's shot. The whole like outsourcing to other countries, yes, it's a problem. But it's always been a thing since I think the 90s. Cuz I remember John Kay, he's a horrible human being. You should not look up to John Kay. John Kay would say like, "Oh, we have to send the animations overseas so we can keep on schedule." And it's the same thing with like not only just like the huge budget actiony shows, it's also like shows on SpongeBob. That's why you have like story revisionists to clean up those storyboards. So the overseas team can see, oh, it needs to be this on, this needs to be on, this needs to be on, da 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 da. Same way with like SpongeBob. Same thing with like My Life as a Teenage Robot. Same thing with, especially Avatar. Same thing with Steven Universe. So, I mean, it's a the problem lies is when everything is starting to get outsourced over there. And you're just left here with nothing. That's kind of where the problem lies. But I can understand like outsourcing to another animation studio overseas so you can keep on schedule. Because I don't know if you know, that's how John Kay got fucking fired. I should explain. John Kay, horrible human being. He's not a good person. Yeah, he got fired off of Ren and Stimpy because he couldn't keep on schedule. Not because of the overseas team, not because of anyone on the crew. It was solely because of him and his need for perfection. Like, there have been reports or like documentaries of people going to John and with like full like boards or like key animations, stuff like that, and he would actively throw it away because he didn't like it. And, you know, Nickelodeon got fucking tired of it. And they're like, okay, you gotta go. I mean, nowadays, now, if it was being made nowadays, it would be heaven for John. Because, like, everybody takes their time.
Yeah.
But with, like, I mean, of course, animation takes time. Like, as we speak, they're working on season 5. How do I explain this carefully? That doesn't make me seem stupid. Back in the day, I want to say like around the early 2000s and the early 2000s, that's when the late 90s, early 2000s. That's when the boom happened, the action cartoon boom. And it kind of petered off after once we got to the 2010s. Um there was always like a consistent schedule with everything. And, you know, life as an animator is it's hard, but there was always consistency within it, the program. Like Avatar, for instance. When did that premiere? I don't know. Hold on. Let me actually look it up before I speak. I always just type in fucking Airbender. I'm a fucking idiot.
You're fine.
No, fucking not Avatar, Fire and Ash. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck ass shit.
I swear to God.
Swear to God. I'm fucking joking. Swear to God. Can I get a list of episodes? Thank you. Okay, so the first one premiered in February. First season premiered in February. And ran ran pretty much weekly after that. And then book 2 premiered in March and premiered weekly after that. And book 3 premiered in September and ran weekly after that. So, but you still got a season like every year, and you still got a new episode like every week. And the amount of episodes on average were about 20 to 22 episodes per season.
Yeah.
Each one running 22 minutes.
So can I just bring this up? This is completely separate and it's more of a tangent. So I was playing my N64 game and I just realized that the trainer I've been fighting keeps naming his fucking Pokemon with a Y at the end. So Ladybug became Lady B and Caterpie became Caterpie with a Y. And I just want to murder him for it.
It's the
Can't believe he's
calmness
done
of his
this.
voice. It's just like, yeah, he did this, and now I want to kill him. Fuck's sake. Anyways, yeah, it ran pretty much weekly. I forgot my point. But that was the standard back in the day. And we started to see that standard change with Adventure Time and Steven Universe around the late 2010s. But also, that was around the time how we consume media changed, right? Because, you know, back in 2005, we only had the TV. We also had like DVDs and everything, but if you wanted to like catch everything at the moment in real time, it was the TV. Made a big event of it. You always had to go to the TV. By the late 2010s, we had like what? I think it was like 3 streaming services at the time. It was like Netflix, Hulu, and
2010, sort of.
I think so.
Sort of, but not really. Very much on the not really, because there's like during that time the streaming services didn't have the same bandwidth a lot of them as they do nowadays. So streaming on demand was not a thing. If you remember from back in the day, if you did have Netflix during that time, depending on the movie, sometimes they would still have to send you a DVD because they could not stream it on their platform.
I meant by like late 2010s, not
Oh, late
2010.
2010s.
Yeah, late 2010s.
Yeah, because like around like 2010 to 2011 ish, I mean, Blockbuster's still around during that time.
Yeah. And you could still like go out and rent movies and everything, but by like around like 2016 onward, a lot of people switched over to streaming services.
Yeah.
And that changed how we consume media, and that in turn changed how fucking fucking fuck, shows are presented. Like I remember during like 2016, 2017, there was thing called Steven Bombs where you wouldn't get a new episode every week. You would get a new episode for the entire week and wouldn't hear for it for about 6 months or so. And so like the weekly episodes are pretty much like confusing. And then when Netflix started making their own stuff because they couldn't afford to pay people anymore. Um what? Who said that? Uh we saw a they started just to putting stuff out there all at once. And a lot of people like that. And then we have a binging era where everybody just consumes everything all at once instead of a little bit at a time or just in small chunks.
Yeah, everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah. But now
Yeah.
we're in the now I feel like they're trying, it's for certain shows, it depends. And it's kind of an indicator whether a show is going to be canceled or not. They will now, they're starting to do like the weekly thing. They do this, then the other thing, da 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 da, bam, 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 right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But for other shows, they would put it out all at once, and that's kind of an indicator. Like, okay, they didn't give a fuck about this show, so they just put it out there. So that show's probably going to get canceled, and so why would I invest my time in that? It's pretty much indicating it's an indication they don't care, so you shouldn't care. We're just gonna put it out there and just be done with it. Blah 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 blah. And that's kind of where we are now. Cause a show that I was hyped for was the revival of Clone High. And that got like huge promotion. It was like, oh, it's coming back. We're gonna see our favorite clones again. It's gonna go for another 2 seasons. And everybody's like, yeah, Clone High was so cool, so well written, and everything like that. First season aired weekly. It was all fine and dandy. And then we waited about, I think the average waiting time now is about 2 years instead of, every year. Unless you're Stranger Things.
Yep.
I had to get that dig in. But yeah, it's about like every 2 years, and lo and behold, 2 years later, they didn't do shit for the next season, like at all. No, they sort of just dropped it on HBO Max and called it a day, and then lo and behold, sometime later, it was canceled again. So yeah. But from what I understand, Invincible is not one of those shows that's going to be like going away anytime soon. I think Robert Kirkman said it's going to last for like until season like 9 or something. Something like that. It's going to be here for a while. But I got a message. Give me a second.
I know.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. I was also getting messages. I gotta be right back. I'm gonna make sure my family eats. I'm gonna make some food for people.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna make food in about 20 minutes, so I'm just gonna keep yapping away. Uh, right. Now I remember. On the same post that that was that we were talking about this whole time, right? On that same post, I've seen people say that they are willing to this is what made me like fucking jerk my head around. They don't care about the animation in Invincible. They're just there with for the story. Hey everybody. You know, one of the 12 principles of animation is appeal. You know, something has to look nice, seem appealing to the audience, look good. You know? Uh, this is just problems I have with like how we consume media in general. This is just a general thing that it's gotten so bad and so exploitative to the point where people will just settle for less and say, "Don't fuck with my sis. I'm having fun." And you're just there like, it's still shit. But they're there like, "Don't fuck with my sis. I'm having fun." And oi. You know, if you're there to like have fun with a show and you're there for the story, that's fine and dandy, I guess, but that that to me sounds like someone who is just settling. Who is like, yeah, it has bad an animation, but who cares about an animation in an animated show type deal? And it makes me look at a person a certain way. Like, are you like are you serious? Like, and it's one of those cases where people are wondering like, "Oh, I don't understand why people care about animation in animated show type sitch." Right? And it's just like, that's exactly why people care, because it's an animated show. Like, if it okay, so this is where like style comes into play, right? A good example is South Park. South Park is like fucking style and intent. That's what I mean. South Park, it looks like shit, but that's intentional. Matt and Trey wanted South Park to look like shit. They wanted it to look like a crappy cutout of a fourth grader. That's what their intention is. And if you see South Park, they don't really like, unless like they're moved into Maya. I don't know if are they in Blender now? I'm not sure, but you know, in the earlier seasons, it looked like shit. And it was animated like shit. But that was the appeal. And it could get away with it because it was funny. And it was, I don't know, not an action show. It was an adult comedy. So there is like a certain expectation to certain things, and intent. So if you're intending to have this big epic show that has like really good animation, like shit, what's that one and like show that's like it looks like Legend of Korra, but it's like D&D, and it's like produced by the people who are on like Critical Role. What's that one show? It's kind of like that show. That show has better animation than Invincible, and it's it's marketed, and sorry, it is marketed as a high fantasy D&D adventure. So yeah, the animation kind of needs to be good in order to have that sort of thing. Like, you can have like a very simple style, a la like Rick and Morty, but we excuse that animation style for being so simple. It's because the designs are simple, so they move simplistically, if that makes sense. And yeah, that makes sense. Fuck, I fucking hate myself. I hate myself. I hate myself so fucking much. What I'm trying to get at is, it makes sense that Rick and Morty moves the way it moves because of how the characters look and how the characters are set up. Same with like Tuca and Birdie. And Tuca and Birdie is one of my favorite adult animated shows. It's the same thing there. Sorry, I lost myself. Their animation is like more surreal, more very cartoony, and goes into like these really out of body aspects. But that's the tone of the show. That like, and oh fuck, dude. Also with BoJack Horseman as well, it has more of a like, how would I describe it? An illustrative style to it. And it moves very simplistically, but it does, even though it moves simplistically, it does not mean it has bad animation. So this excuse of, hey, who cares if it has bad animation? Well, it kind of does matter if it does have good animation or not, especially with the type of show you're making. Like, the reason people shit on the later seasons of Voltron and having like slideshows is because they want to witness that action in real time. They want to see. They want to see like those laser fights, people dodging in danger everywhere. They want to feel that rush because it's presented as a like a rush, as a hi-fi sci-fi adventure, you know? And fuck, I had a point and I'm losing it because I was fucking concentrating on drawing. Shit, man, I don't fucking remember. And I was really cooking too. I hate when this happens to me. Like, honestly, if you wanted to just like for the story, just like read the comic book or fucking, I don't know. I guess if you enjoy it that way, I guess, but you can't fault people for like saying they want more out of an animated show when it's an animated show. Or like, damn it, I had a really good point and now I sound like an idiot. Ah, son of a bitch. How do I describe it? It's like it's presenting itself as this big epic superhero story, right? And you would want to feel. Now I remember. I had to repeat myself a little. Fuck. Don't forget. You want to feel that rush of experience that the characters are feeling. And a good example of this is I'm still talking about Invincible. It's on. A good example of this is I seen a clip of Mark putting on his original suit and he's flying around the city and you see him like fly up in the atmosphere and it's just like a PNG floating in space. And I'm staring at that and I realize, oh, they wanted their own Spider-Verse moment. They wanted a what's up danger moment. Because the way that it was shot, how Mark was floating up towards the sky in his new suit, feeling a breath of fresh air, but it doesn't feel like a breath of fresh air. You don't feel like how like Miles Morales jumps off the building and is you know that that famous shot of Miles going falling down towards the city, but it's shot in a way where he's rising up. You feel that in that rush of energy. You feel what he's feeling right now. And you feel that through the animation. When Mark is flipping through the air and then rises through the sky, we don't feel anything because, again, it's just a plain PNG floating up into the sky. And what emotion is that supposed to invoke? And I know I sound like those fucking pretentious fuckers who's like, oh, emotion. Think about the emotion, 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 emotion. What do you feel? What are you feeling? Type shit. But there is some truth to that. When you and no, fuck it. It is a good comparison because that's exactly what they tried to do. Like, fuck it. I need to find it. I know it's around here somewhere because I'm still in the fucking post. Give me a second. I'm going to find it and bring it up. Found it. Here we go. Actually, I'm going to keep this on screen because I want to go get food and I'm going to rant while I eat and use the bathroom because I drink so much water. But I have the clip up. I'm not going to show it yet. I have it up. I'm going to go get food and I'll be right back and you'll see exactly what I mean. All right, I'm back. I'm back and I have food. And I have the scene right now that I'm talking about. And you'll see. Hopefully I won't get copyrighted, but I won't. Let me see here. Where's the picture in picture? Oh god, that's really big. But you can see, like him flipping around, oh blah, and then that shot right there. Like, hold on. This one. It looks familiar, doesn't it? I'm telling you. They try to make an epic what's up danger moment. But it looks so bad. It looks terrible. I'm so glad I found it. Or else that was gonna look crazy. But yeah. That shit doesn't look good. Like, if this is a big moment for him, you want to at least, like, animate it a little bit better. I'm not even, like, talking about, like, the awkward animation, the awkward angles they put on there. But just, like, the small little moments. No, I mean, like, the more cathartic moments where he feels he's supposed to feel good. You feel nothing because it's not conveyed as such. It's not conveyed as, oh, you should feel something. Like compare like how it is with Miles Morales and What's Up Danger. That's the moment he puts on the suit. That's the moment he becomes Spider-Man. If you know what I mean. And that moment is iconic because of the animation. It sticks with you because of the animation. That whole sequence where he's suiting up, sitting on the edge of the building, and takes the leap of faith is driven by the animation. Now, I'm not saying you have to have like Disney level animation. And this is one of the reasons I didn't bring up X-Men 97, because it's animated so well. But if you're lacking if the animation is lacking, then it's going to be a hard sell. And intent does rely. Hold on. Intent is a factor in everything. Just like, you know, with South Park and how it looks like shit, but it's funny. It's not meant to be like this big stylistic thing or a big fucking thing as such, right? It was never meant to be that. It's meant to be a funny little show about 4 boys in Colorado getting into fucked up shit. Oh, hey, Knight Rider. I was just talking about how people were saying that they don't care about the animation in Invincible and they're just there for the story. And it's funny to say it about an animated show. And I was comparing it to like Invincible and other animated shows and how style and intent is imperative for what you're trying to do. Like any design choice, any style choice, how it's animated, how it's laid out, it's all intentional. Somebody consciously brother, the story is just another generic evil Superman story. The animation better be good. But yeah, I was like everything they do is a conscious choice. And let me bring it up again. There's a clip I mentioned before. This clip right here. Where Mark puts back on the suit and he's flying around in it feeling good, but it feels hollow. I don't know if this is actually how it's cut in the actual show, but and then I noticed when right here, actually, my Adventures of Superman would be a pretty good comparison. No, it would be. But admittedly, I haven't gotten around to watching the show. But this moment right here clicks for me for something. And I understand what they were trying to do. Not because it's conveyed good here, it's because it was conveyed better somewhere else. It's not even just that. Let me bring it up. They're trying to do Spider-Verse. They're trying to have this. That is Miles Morales rising up to New York City. They were trying to do What's Up Danger. But you know what What's Up Danger has? Good animation. Beforehand. Like, Mark just flipping around, feeling hollow. Yeah, of course. Even how it's like just this feels hollow. just this still image. There are reasons why What's Up Danger is burned into a lot of people's memory. There's reasons why that moment it has been analyzed over and over and over again. Because it may be something about the Superman. I don't know. It's more my attention span. I mean, I watched like a couple episodes of My Adventures with Superman, but not a whole lot. I heard real good. It's like Spider-Verse from Team. Exactly. The only reason I realized this is what they were trying to do is because I was watching this and I have two screens, right? My background is What's Up Danger. So I had my second screen up with What's Up Danger. And I look at that, I was like, oh, I understand what they were trying to do, and they failed. Yeah, and you're right, Knight Rider, and they fail in that regard as well.
They fail at.
Okay, so welcome back, Nat.
My bad. I just came back. I cooked dinner for everybody.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm eating right now. So I was showing chat this clip of Invincible.
Oh, he's talking about Amber.
No.
No.
Him putting on his OG suit and flipping around all happy, right?
Yeah.
And this shot right here reminded me of What's Up Danger from Spider-Verse.
Except it's ass.
Exactly. And I was just like, oh, they wanted to do Spider-Verse, but they didn't. And oh yeah, someone said like, oh, I don't care about the animation in Invincible. I'm just there for the story.
That is not. I'm gonna be so for real right now. If you are there for at Invincible for the story, go read Superman. Just go read Superman. And if you tell me that you don't like Superman or whatever, then you don't really care. Let's be real. You don't really care about Invincible. That's crazy. Same story.
Plus, why are you watching an animated show?
Well, no, that's actually, yeah, no, that is a good point. Like you, like literally, if you really just cared about the story and nothing else, you would just read the comic book and be done with it, like I did. Where I just read through the comic book and at the end I was just kind of like, this thing was kind of ass.
Mm-hmm. And I also compared it to like other shows that has quote unquote bad animation, like early seasons of South Park, but that was intentional. They intentionally made it bad because it's funny. And I was saying like there's like everything in like a production is intentional. Someone had to draw Mark doing this. Someone had to do design the characters the way they are. It's all intentional. Invincible is intended to be a big superhero popcorn eating show. If it's supposed to be a big superhero popcorn eating show, then the animation needs to be good.
I mean,
And
oh,
the story, and granted, if you want to stay for the story, fine, fine, fine. Personally, I think the story sucks. I don't think it's good.
I mean, you're right. It is bad. I was just going to say that even for like Invincible, trying to think about it, because like I know the original intended purpose is that it's like a Superman like what if Superman was like this, but he had an evil dad, right? Like what if his dad was basically Zod,
Mm-hmm.
and the crypt, and the freaking Kryptonians were evil people who wanted to do this stuff. And the answer is that, like, yeah, because he's raised as a human, he'd still be Superman. It just would take more steps to get there.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, I just look at it and I'm just kind of like, is it good though? Did I enjoy it?
No.
Was it fun to read through? And at the end of it, the answer was just kind of like, no, not really. But granted, that's why I don't care for Invincibles, because like the characters don't grab me, the inner turmoil doesn't grab me, nothing about it is compelling because of the fact that it is just an Elseworld story to me.
Mm-hmm.
And while the person writing it can write Superman pretty well, it's kind of obvious that like he can write for other IPs, but when it comes to making up his own IP in and of itself, it's a little bland. Because I mean, the whole allure to it is that like, what if Superman was evil? But it wasn't actually Superman. Superman is actually the son, and the dad is just kind of like General Zod,
And it
but
kind
with
of loses that
feelings.
presence after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just kind of becomes like a, what about this is so iconic that I have to have this as an IP. I have to consume this. This is something I want to watch and enjoy.
And that's just like kind of like just how Kurtman writes and shit in general. Sorry.
I'm gonna be real. If you want like a story like this where it's like a little bit more of a grounded superhero take, just fucking play Dispatch.
Honestly,
So fucking
yeah.
for real. Dispatch is so fucking good, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Highly recommend. I want to play Dispatch so bad.
It's just like it's such a perfect way of showing like, hey, how people who do not come from like the same walks of life, people who are just so different from each other, yet can still come together to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like how hard that is to balance it, right? Especially because it's like a day-to-day job, right? It's got so much more interest and depth in it. And like the fact that the fact that like you get to see all these different facets of these people regard like depending on your choices. Let's say you go like the full good path, you still get to see a good bit of them, right? Like fucking Phenomena Man wanting to play Magic the Gathering is just like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it that he's not exactly a Superman like because he has a lot more in common with like Starfire from being real.
Oh yeah, I told you this. He's not Superman. He's Starfire. The only reason people think he's Superman is because of how he looks.
Yeah. But I do like that like he's a little bit more, well, he's a little bit more awkward than Starfire is, if I'm being real.
Yeah.
But in a good way, where it's like, yeah, he would have troubles like expressing himself in a human like manner.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. But you're right.
I was wondering why that music was playing. I was like, what the fuck? Where's that coming from? Well, it's a vibe anyway. I'll just be
Oh,
quiet.
I can just keep putting it. I mean, if you want me to keep it on, I'll keep it on.
No, you're good. I was just wondering where it's coming from because I legit was like checking out all my programs trying to figure out what the fuck I was
No, that was me.
there. Um,
Can you hear it? I just put
yeah,
on. Okay, there you go. Now it's a bye. Anyways, but yeah, also Mark doesn't defy anything. He ends up being a part of Viltrumite royalty and ends up taking over the society. While he does good, he still kind of becomes a cold, cynical ruler.
yeah, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, he became what his father wanted him to become, but he's under the guise of good and helping people.
It's like at the end of the day, he's still his father's son. It's just that he did it in a way where he was a little bit more happy with the result, quote unquote. Because, like for example, at the end of it, he mentioned how his dad brought up, "What will you have in 500 years?"
Mm-hmm.
And I do get the point of the idea of like, hey, his dad was criticizing his choices, right? What good do you get out of showing these people compassion and showing them and like trying to stand as like a bastion of their people when you yourself are not that person, right? Like even if you were raised among them, you are still somebody else completely. And the answer is like, yeah, you're still gonna always be that person, right? Regardless of like who you're raised with, there is still a bit of that just inner nature that is coming from like where you're like who your parents are. But
Right.
at the same time, like it's his choices at the end that give the final verdict, right? And it's the fact is that like, yeah, uh is he's still technically part of that system. Everything is still the same way as it always was in its way, right? There's
Mm-hmm.
not that much change if we're being real. But at the end of the day, that is he got it there via choices that he was happy with, and at the end of the day, that is what mattered for him.
Well, he had his wife and daughter. Oh yeah, his wife is immortal.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is that like the idea is that like even after 500 years, he still has a family. He still has the things that he values in life, right?
Mm-hmm. My boy
And I
Steven
don't.
Universe never.
What happened?
No,
I couldn't
I'm
read it
reading.
because.
Nah, I'm actually sharing the chat with you, so I just
Oh
shared it
no,
with
I
you.
know the text is too small, so I'm putting on my
Oh,
glasses. Yeah,
oh,
true.
silly. uh, but you want to know? I'm gonna put a pin on Invincible for a minute there. So I'm gonna talk about My Hero Academia, right? I finally figured out why I didn't like that fuck ass suit. Well, I already said like it kind of like went against like the whole bittersweet ending thing, and it kind of like is like, hey, here's the thing, and yeah. So me and Jessica, you know what we like to do are like little AUs and shit, right? And which suit? Oh, you didn't know about the ending of My Hero Academia? A lot of people hated it. Yeah, the super suit. Um, you've seen Homecoming, right, Nat?
Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when fucking Peter fucks up and Tony had to come and save his ass?
Yeah. I do remember that.
Yeah, and remember when he said, no, I'm nothing without the suit?" And Tony says to him, "If you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't have it at all."
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why I don't like it, because it kind of like weirdly, in a way, kind of reinforces like, yeah, you can't be a fucking hero without a power. And it's just like, ah, man.
I mean,
Um, Go on.
if I'm being real,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really feel like that moment in Homecoming actually is all that important.
Uh, okay.
Now, I'm going to explain why for this is that, like, while, like, when it comes to Peter, that suit doesn't really do a whole lot for him in the physical sense, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole thing that it did for him was help him kind of focus better because he had a little AI assistant and then like the eyes essentially would like help him with that part, right? But as far as like strength and everything else goes, that thing is just a really good suit for him to wear, right? But the real thing about that is that like um my problem with the suit with My Hero Academia is that it's a bit of a twofold thing
Mm-hmm.
because sorry, somebody's fucking blowing up my
No,
damn Discord.
you're good. I'm gonna read chat. See, that's how you give a legitimate answer to why you don't like the suit, compared to me, the asshole friend who just hated it and it was fake. I love that. I mean, I still hated it. Once I was just like, oh, okay, he's a teacher. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Oh, he gets a super suit at the end. Motherfucker. It's the same feeling I had when I saw the fucking trailer for Brave New World, Captain America Brave New World. But I'm gonna let that continue before he forgets.
Well, I was just going to say that like my issue with My Hero Academia is that one of the like key features about being a hero is not that you are there stopping the evil and all that stuff because the evil will always be there. The idea is that you foster that image and you hold those principles high enough that the essentially it's a torch. You're holding it high enough so that the next generation can grab it and keep running with it.
Can you repeat that last part? Sorry, people came in and sorry.
It's the idea that one of the biggest aspects of being a hero is that like hey evil is always going to be there so you need to not only fight that evil but you need to hold those principles that are you have to hold those principles high and you have to hold them to a standard so that way essentially it's like a torch you're holding it high up so that when the next generation is ready they can grab it and keep running with it.
Yeah.
And the thing is that being a teacher really does show that for Deku, right? Because like the idea is this is that like he was never a hero because oh I want to be he wants to be a glory seeker or stuff like that. He just genuinely wanted to help people because he was just like if somebody's it needs help, you just help them, right? That shit was just stuck in him.
Mm-hmm.
And like they hone in on that with like the ending punch remember because like All Might's like even from the start you were the greatest hero because bro really just ran out there as a child throwing shit to
Mm-hmm.
save his friend. He didn't even think about it, he just ran out there and that's just the person he is, right?
Yeah.
So not only is I'm just gonna say this right now, you are right about the idea of like hey he really shouldn't need that suit to be a hero because at this point when he's done with that there are more ways for him to keep doing the hero thing, right? That suit is not necessary. And like the teaching can be an extension of that. But not only that, like the idea of always wanting to help others should still be there even before he gets a suit, right? Because if
Mm-hmm.
not, then what's the fuck is the point of giving him that suit? What you're telling the audience is exactly as you said. The suit was the only thing that gave him meaning.
Yeah, that's why I brought up that quote for what Tony said in Homecoming.
Right. I just I don't agree with it on the principle of like I don't want to say that like, oh, that suit is the thing. It's more just the fact that like they're belittling all the other stuff that he's done in the meantime.
Yeah.
And like they continue to do so because they're just like, hey, why the fuck did none of his friends talk to him while he was gone from the hero business? Y'all didn't drop in, no hi, no hello.
That shit. A bunch of people are saying, "Oh, it was mistranslated, it's mistranslated, it's mistranslated." Like, but I read it. It's just like, no, it's kind of implied that his friends don't really hang out anymore, and he says
Yeah,
he's
they really hit him with
lonely.
bye, Felicia.
And like, fucking, I've scoured around Reddit because I like to feel validated in my emotions at 3 a.m. And one person brought up like, how come it didn't end with him starting his own agency with the others? And it's like, honestly, that's not. I still like the teacher ending. Don't get me wrong, but him starting up an agency with like everyone else, and he's just there as like the guy in the chair or their strategist or something like that, isn't a bad idea. To be fair, they never really did talk to him in high school, but dropping him after high school was scummy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
What? About what?
About the fact that they didn't really talk to him all that much during the high school stuff. Like he is
Yeah.
just kind of there, and like the only time they all really get together to like give him like the powwow like speeches, like when they're trying to get him back after the vigilante arc, and it's just kind of like, I mean, we've talked at length about how that really just kind of proves his point.
Yeah. Apparent and unfortunately, through research of my own, I found out that it kind of had the same problem as Voltron, where it intent. I'm not saying to stay the course or anything like that, but it did had a line it was going towards, and it was back at one of the arcs when they were training in the forest or some shit. Like everything was supposed to be like, not everything, but some a major plot point was supposed to be revealed then. However, sales were down and Horikoshi had to like wrap it up quickly, and from there I guess he had to go back and rework everything. And yeah, that probably is a contributor of
Yeah, yeah,
why it ended like kind of some sort of way. Plus, also I believe um the whole like Deku getting a suit was a result of backlash of fans disliking how um he lost his power and he didn't keep it. And oh, he's like, why didn't he keep it? I thought it was supposed to not be like a shonen or some shit like that. Like they do show that he hangs out with them outside of the show. Like Shoto has him on speed dial because Shoto saw him as a friend. and Uraraka and Ida were the only friends he had. Everyone else in class EUA were close acquaintances as best. Yeah, you're not wrong. If anyone was going to like keep in touch with him, it would be Todoroki, Uraraka, and Ida. Maybe so Bakugo as well. So, and if they like dropped him after high school, then yeah, that is kind of scummy.
I mean, hmm. I'm sorry. I was going back. I was going to go back to the point you said about the backlash and stuff like that, and I started thinking about it. Like, there's not a real um, satisfying ending you can really give to that, other than him losing his powers. If I'm being so for
Yeah.
real,
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. But even he got backlash for that. It's
right?
just
There's
like
like,
gone.
no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, because I'm trying to form the thought.
No, it's like he's I as much as I give Horikoshi shit and I will continue to give him shit, it is like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because now that I know he was like he had another plan in place for everything else, and he had to like go back and backtrack everything, it kind of explains a lot of why everything felt so one rushed, so disjointed, and the ending ended the way it did.
I feel like that really comes back to that thing we were talking about that one time where it's like people need to prioritize their story over appeasing the fans unless what the fans are telling them is something to avoid like a bad ending,
Yeah,
so to speak.
yeah. That's why I confusingly brought up Ultron. But Ultron, I will say that was more like executive meddling than fan reaction. As for him losing his powers is upsetting, but it's fitting given the origins of One for All and All for One. I'd be lying if I didn't say him losing his powers was upsetting. Wasn't upsetting. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't very. I mean, it was implied it was going to be inevitable because One for All exists solely to defeat All for One.
I mean, then there's that whole fact that like he's using all those quirks. Eventually, that's gonna just fuck up your whole body.
Yeah. And it was stated like it cannot be passed down to anybody else because it would destroy a person's body if it was.
So it's like I can't think of like a way to really do that. I mean, there is honestly not a lot you can do with that because like for Deku, his story very much relies on him being quirkless. So it's like,
Yeah.
hmm, yeah, I can't think of anything. As far as that goes, like if I was starting from like the beginning and I was like, hey, I have to rewrite My Hero Academia so that the ending didn't suck ass. There are ways to do it, but like those ways start and end before he starts introducing multiple quirks to the dang thing.
Yeah. I'm not going to hold you. You lost me And I think they lost a lot of people when they introduced like multiple quirks all at once. And it wasn't like, oh, he unlocked another one and this one and this one. No, it was all at once.
Right. Where like during the original like bit of it, it made sense that uh One for All got more robust as his understanding of it changed.
Mm-hmm.
Because him going from like, let me break my arm to let me break my finger to, hey, what if I just spread this out all over my body and make it a little bit easier to handle, to like him gaining like different mobility options by doing that, to like him kind of understanding like what those powers can do. It's like the idea is that like super strength is a very versatile power that a lot of people don't give a lot of thought to.
Yeah.
And like the sort of like curve you get of him kind of better understanding it as he goes on is a lot more of a natural way to kind of do the whole power up situation. But the
Yeah.
moment you introduce like new power ups that kind of just kind of turn him into like Spider-Man, it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Uh, him at 100% would have been a wild thing to see, to be honest. I mean, we kind of did see it. We saw him at what 120% at like during the war, I believe. But also I don't I'm gonna be real with you. I don't remember too much about that final battle. A lot of things were happening. I
Yeah.
remember Bakugo dying and then coming back to fuck up All for One and save All Might. That's the most I remember. And a lot of people like compared Deku's ending to Edward Elric because he also was a very powerful person who gave up his power for. Well, he didn't give it up for the greater good. He gave it up for his brother.
Yeah, but I feel like that was like the whole point of his character.
Yeah, you're right.
Because like before that he doesn't really study alchemy like that for real. Like he uses it for a few parlor tricks, so like, oh, let me fix your teddy bear, or, oh, let me make you a little toy, right? Like he's not exactly putting in the work on alchemy like that, you
Mm-hmm.
know.
He only
The
studied it to bring back his mom, and that failed.
Right, exactly. Like he saw that thing as a tool to do something crazy, and when it didn't like pan out, because like of course you can't really do the whole equivalent exchange of the thing you're trying to exchange is just the things for the body, not the actual like soul,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then end up taking like pieces off of him for it. Well, that more because he like yanked his brother's soul. But like the crazy thing is that like at the end he does get it, because like then he's like, hey, I do have an equivalent exchange, because I don't need all this shit if you give that back, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the little dude being like so impressed by that, because he's just like, yeah, you know what, you get it. And that makes it a more satisfying ending, because it's the fact that he didn't need all that power, because that shit didn't matter to him.
Yeah, all that mattered was getting sorry, getting his brother back because that's his family and that's all he has now. Like
Yeah.
powers be damned.
So it's just like that series works. Full Metal Alchemist works because the idea is that like for Edward, it does not like alchemy does not really matter
Mm-hmm.
to the same degree where like it matters to other people because other people see it as like a method to gain power, and he wants it for one specific purpose. At first, it's getting back his mom, but once he realizes that's lost, he's like, I just want my brother's body back.
Mm-hmm. And then, after Al, his name. At the end of it, when when Ed is like pinned down and his automail is fucked up, broken, and he has no way to fight. He sacrifices. He ends up sacrificing his soul so Ed can get his arm back to keep fighting. I forgot where I was going with this guy.
It's just the idea that like for the reason why that one works is because Al does not Ed and Al do not care about alchemy in the same degree, right? Like they just do not care at the same degree as like everybody else around them, right?
Yeah.
The problem is for Deku is that like for him having a quirk did matter.
Yeah.
Cause like I mean at the same time, like he ran out there to try and save
Bakugo.
Bakugo because like just because he felt he had to, right? But like having a quirk was something that was important to him because the idea is that like that's what he wanted from the start was to be a hero.
Yeah. Don't mind me. I'm
So like
thinking of how I'm
so
designing
like
this.
yeah, no worries, no worries. It's just that like now it's a question of like how do you make it that like that's not important? That is important, and that makes it that like him losing his powers should be a big deal.
You know, I think it. I'm curious to. I'm curious to see if Horikoshi, kept on track with that string, how it would have turned out. You know what I
Honestly, yeah,
mean?
because like
Yeah. Go on.
I was gonna say like if you had I mean, granted, this is more just like me thinking is like, hey, if I was going to write a story, one thing you don't do is you don't bog it down with like multiple powers. You don't give them suddenly heat vision, ice breath, and all this other things, right?
Hey, Ned, okay? I like that shit, okay? So what if I wanted to make a Superman, Ned, okay? Shut up. I do what I
No, I'm
want.
I'll be a little instigator, but like, no, I'm just being like so for real right now because like,
Yeah.
if you're doing a story like that where you're like the main thing is that you gave this boy super strength, right? That power in and of itself requires a hell of amount of like restraint.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that is something that they did not really like capitalize on because like the idea is that at the start he is very much like just throwing that shit around like it's okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I fucked up. Fuck.
And they're fine. Because like the thing is that like they do kind of get into those moments where they're like, hey, what if we make it that like he's a bit more sparing with his powers? What if he's looking for the right opportunities to use his power rather than
Mm-hmm.
just like during the fight with Stain, right, where he like actually has to like decides to start timing his attacks rather than trying to rely solely on the super strength and super speed that he gets from like, using full cowling on his legs and shit like that.
Yeah. Or even
And
like in the
like,
beginning parts during like the USJ attacks where
yeah.
he's thinking about like not only like utilizing his own quirk but other people's quirks as well when him Suyu and fuck ass Mineta was on the ship, and all the villains were like surrounding them like fucking sharks, right? And he utilizes both his and their quirks to help trap them and make an escape.
Yeah. Because at the end of that situation, the only way you could have made that more of a special situation, the way you could have made that work in a way that was satisfying is if you took away his powers mid-fight.
Yeah.
Like mid-final fight, you just rob that motherfucker of all his powers, all the quirks and everything, right?
Yeah.
But then you point out that he doesn't really need them.
Because he got his friends.
Well, not only that, but like just being like as analytical as that motherfucker is, imagine you have him kind of go back to that same moment he had when he was charging the fucking goo monster, where he's just like, okay, I'm fucked. I got to think of something. And then he just starts either A, telling his entire class what to do to overpower this motherfucker,
Mm-hmm.
or B, he does it himself, right? Where, because like they're like the idea of like making it a desperate struggle situation where it's like, yeah, this dude has superpowers, but nothing hurts like just getting fucking whacked in the head really hard. Right? Like just the idea of like, hey, okay, you if you're going to make this a thing where like he loses the powers at the end of the day, showing that he doesn't need them to be a hero would be the right answer. And how you do that is either you use his friends to do it or you use something else. But the idea is that you rely on the same thing that made All Might like him in the first place, which was the
Mm-hmm.
fact that like not only was he analytical, was that he was just had that perseverance and he had that like heart of like, yeah, okay, I have no powers, I have no idea what to do, but I'm going to think of something and it's going to work for a little bit.
It's like how during the final battle in Dispatch, and Robert's in the suit and fighting everybody, then everybody joins in, and what's the word I'm looking for? Damn my English.
Oh, hey, happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Morty. That's I looked at you like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, sorry, I was reading chat.
Sorry.
But
Ah,
yeah, but yeah, I get it. Like when he's like finally out of the suit and like the
yeah.
dude shoots like one of the friends, depending on your choices, no spoilers, and then he just starts beating the fuck out of the bad dude. Because at the end of the day, fuck the powers, fuck the suit, throw them bitches.
Mm-hmm.
And like that could work for like a final moment of like, okay, this person really has the advantage on Deku because he just took his powers. But imagine if Deku just be like, yeah, but you ain't got hands like that, and just starts fucking beating the shit out of him.
I feel like endings that go, you don't need this to be a hero work better with a character without powers, but I get what Net was saying about Homecoming completely. And as for Dispatch, it works perfectly because it shows he don't got powers and can be a hero without them. That's the point of the story.
Yeah.
But
Roger B
isn't
built different because he was brawling with people who had powers. He was fighting a dude who
that
had fire powers, and he
that is true.
fucking
Robert is just like, I don't care if you got powers. I don't care if you're a god. I don't care if you can kill me with just a glare. I'ma throw these hands.
exactly. And it's like the thing is that like the only way you could really do the whole hey, him losing his powers, but it feels okay, is if A, his powers were really restrictive in the first place,
Hmm.
which they were in the first place, right? Because remember,
Yeah,
it would
he was a
literally
glass
like mess up his
cannon.
body.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the whole point of it was restraint. Like, what can I do to use the least amount of my power so I don't end up fucking paraplegic? And him like finding those ways was the show at the start, you know?
And that's what, like, and I know a lot of people say, oh, him becoming a teacher just felt like it came out of nowhere. Da 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 da. It's like, no, at least not to me. It seems like a perfect progression for him, especially how he was in the start and how analytical he was with not only his quirk but other people, a lot of people's quirks.
Right, like that notebook of his was like insane,
Mm-hmm.
being so for real. But
Like
like
if you
that's
remember, like back during the sports festival arc, and he's trying to help. Well, back in the relay, wait, the fucking horse. What's it called? Jockey thingy, where they're like on top of each other like a horse. I don't remember. And during that one, he gathers him, Yoraraka, and Ida, and he's just like, "Look, I have a plan to utilize all of our quirks, and we can keep the we can keep the headband. All we got to do is this, that, and the other thing." Or when the tournament starts and he goes to Yoraraka saying like, "Look, I understand Bakugo's quirk, and I know about your quirk. I want to help out. I have a strategy for you." Ultimately, she
right.
says no because
That that
girl
mo-
power. But you
yeah,
understand, he's that bitch who will always say, "Hey, I can help you."
right. And there's also that like moment when like him and Bakugo are fighting, and Bakugo gets super pissed off about this because instead of punching him, knowing that that punch would have fucking wrecked him, Deku punches up through the ceiling to give his team the win.
Mm-hmm.
Because it like, and like the teacher's like, hey, did you forget this wasn't supposed to be a mono fight? You had an objective to complete and you just fucking fumbled, bro. And he gives Bakugo a hard time for that. But like, yeah, that was kind of like Deku's thing, was that he was thinking outside the box with his powers, even though his powers are very straightforward.
Yeah. So him becoming a teacher at UA, like eh, that was like from jump. He was always like that. And a lot of
Right.
people are like, I noticed a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it was not hinted. It was not. He didn't say it. He didn't express it." It's just like, well, one, he's still in high school. Of course, you're not gonna like say, "I'm going to be a teacher when I grow up." Of course, you're still in the hype, like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be my dream job when I grow up." And
I I,
two,
I feel like, oh
go on.
god.
No, no, and two, he doesn't need to say it. You can just see it through his actions.
Yeah, the problem is like literally the reason why a lot of people like it comes out of nowhere is because after a certain point when he starts getting his like multiple quirks and he starts doing all this other stuff, it's literally right after they sort of just hit that hard line of like, hey, okay, uh, there are changes being made, and all of a sudden, the dynamic between him and his friends is changing. The dynamic between
Mm-hmm.
himself and his powers is changing, and the dynamic between like how he analyzes situations is changing because like he goes from being by himself and having to think through solutions to now having a whole fucking council of superheroes in the back of his head talking at him.
Yep, and I fucking hate that. I'm sorry.
And it's just that thing of like, hey, if you take out all that stuff and you just keep what was in the story originally and you just develop that, there is a coherent story there, right? Because they hint so much at like, hey, if you touch this person, they can take your powers away, and all of a sudden that will not be a factor for you anymore, right? Because they
Yeah.
make that a threat, and they don't like it becomes Chekhov's gun. It's literally a Chekhov's gun situation where that should have happened.
Yeah, hold on. Like the character never gets powers, but it's in a suit. Like with my hero, it's conflicting because he doesn't get powers from a suit. He got an actual superpower, so you don't get the example of him not being able to use them. So he can be a hero in other ways.
Well, I mean, we get a lot of examples of him being here without using One for All,
Yeah,
but that's during the time when One for All is literally destroying his body. So he's very much like, I don't want to fucking use this unless it's absolutely necessary.
like for example, during that whole field, the camping trip situation where villains are attacking left and right, he's fucking wrecking his body, flinging people, saying like, "Here, hold this. I'm gonna go save someone else." And fucking Aizawa is just there, like, "Dude, your arms are fucked up. Yeah, but I gotta go help them. Bye." And he's fucking
Right.
gone. Gone.
No, exactly. The thing is that like you get to see both situations of him being like done with his powers to like remind you that like, hey, yeah, this shit's nothing to play with.
Yeah.
And then you also have those moments where he thinks about stuff where like for example during that like race in the beginning where he fucking grabbed a piece of debris and it's like, let me jump on this fucking mine and it'll send me forward.
Yeah.
It's like stuff like that allow like gives you more of reality of like, yeah, outside of his powers he does have actually some good ideas. The problem is that like you have to both show and maintain that balance of him trying to use his powers as a crutch because he has them, and then him having to go without his powers because of that time that he tried to use it as a crutch and then ended up biting him in the ass. And when you don't have that balance, because eventually they lose that balance when they start giving him a bunch of different quirks and they start having him like sort of learn how to fight with all of them, and then all of a sudden like he's just kind of all powerful and it doesn't really make much of a difference now.
Like nothing fucking matters. And
Right, because
man,
as
gone.
soon as you get there, it's like, why? What's the point of this then? Then what good is his smarts? And they show you that his smarts still matter, but at the same time, he's still like now the dynamic has changed because he's no longer having to think through situations. He is thinking through them, but he also has a council of people who are also really experienced in the back of his head giving him advice.
Right. And it's not like, because it's very clear he's like not parroting, but he's referencing like shit like Avatar: The Last Airbender. But the difference there is fucking the only way they enter a fight is if they take control of Aang's body, like Roku did in the temple, or Kyoshi did when she confessed to killing Chen the Conqueror or some shit. But in an actual like fight, they're not talking to Aang. They're not even controlling his body. That's all him.
Right, and he has times where he disagrees with them, right? And he's just like, no, there's a better way to do this, and you guys aren't there yet, but I am.
Exactly. Like when he's trying to figure out how to deal with Ozai, and every Roku's just like murk him. Kurik, murk him. Kyoshi, of course, she says murk him. Even Yangchen said, yeah, murk him. And at the last second, he doesn't, and he tries another way. And it was a
Right.
gamble, but he believed it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And again, it it wasn't anybody else. It was solely him. I'm sorry, I fucking love Avatar.
No, and that's the thing is that like literally, if you want to look for like a good example, there are good examples out there. It's just that when it comes to My Hero Academia, there's a lot of like good decisions at the start, but then like as the story starts to progress and develop, they can't. You can tell that the writer's like, I cannot think of a way to fix this, or it's the people don't like where this is going.
Yeah. Honestly, now knowing what I know now, it's just like no, it's like okay, no wonder everything felt like disjointed and rushed and ta-da. I'm even wondering, was Deku was even supposed to have all those powers in the first place, or was he always going to be that glass cannon? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's something to think about. It's just that, like, god damn,
And
there was
it's just
ways about it.
yeah, and I think I you
Just read
know
Vigilantes.
yeah, just read Vigilantes. It's so much better. Not only that, but um I think it was around that time where it just started to get weird. If I'm really thinking about it, now that I know that like Horikoshi had to uh cut off that arc. No, we all know he got those powers because Horikoshi had a deep obsession with Spider-Man. Oh yeah, we all know that.
Yeah.
But it seemed to me like he obviously had something going and had a plan, but because of sales and how people were responding to the thing, he had to change course. And now I'm stuck wondering, like, if he stuck with his original plan, would that be better off, or would it be written the way it was written? Because apparently a lot of things that were going to be revealed was supposed to be during that arc. Like the whole like traitor situation was supposed to be during that arc. um at least that's one example I can think of right now. And it's just like god damn. It's like you know the movie Wish, that horrible movie Disney made for its
NCM
100th. Huh?
NCM number.
I didn't see it either. It's terrible. Uh,
Okay.
but it's like seeing the concept art for it, or like the concept art of Frozen and shit like that, and how um m- more intriguing that looked compared to the finished product. I
Yeah.
remember when people thought Hawks was the traitor. Dude, I remember when the fucking people thought Kaminari was the traitor. But
Oh.
good old way, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, because it was around that point that a lot of the writing fell off. For me, it was Overhaul.
Yes, honestly, yeah. Yeah.
So it was Overhaul for you too.
Overhaul was that moment where I'm kind of like, what are we doing?
It was
Well, it
just
was
go
if
on.
I think because we were hanging out during the time when that was coming out, because we mentioned it, and I was just like, what are they trying to get into?
Yeah, didn't that? I think we were. I think it was a little bit before we started hanging out because we met in 2021.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
that
was it?
whole thing,
Yeah, it
yeah, I
was.
think it was a little bit before. Like,
Because I remember you're
around.
like it was before you met Speed.
Yeah, I met Speed in 2022. Like,
Fair.
literally 6 months after I met you.
God, and it's been 5 years, everybody.
Yep, you're stuck with me now, buddy boy. You ain't gonna get rid of me now, bitch. I know too much.
Yeah, I remember we were bitching about it because like we right because vigilantes and we were like, but it's kind of been fucked up since Overhaul.
Yeah. And we were comparing it to Vigilantes, and because Vigilantes is written better.
Yeah, it
I
is.
will
It's
give it,
just
it's written better. Honestly, it pisses me off that the anime is like cutting off like really good parts of it that makes it better. Go read it.
yeah. Even then, it's still really hard to read.
Yeah.
Because do you guys know? Okay, let me see if how many manga readers we really have in here. But y'all ever have this moment where you're reading a manga and you've been reading it for a long while? You started back when it was chapter one. You're now at like chapter 120 something. But they do something where you just realize, what the fuck are we doing, bro? I thought this was about finding something else. Why the fuck are we doing this now?
Oh yeah.
Because I had that with one where a dude was just like camping and stuff like that, and now he's just like fucking dungeon crawling and shit like that. I was like, dude, wasn't this a camping manga? What the fuck are you doing? What are we doing here?
That was me
No, that,
with Negima, where it was like a boy
oh
wanting
god,
to.
Negima.
No, starting out, and then it goes full ass
Yes,
shonen
see.
at the end.
I'm fucking dead, bro. But yeah, like they just fucking when you just like realize the writer has lost the plot because they have been doing this for too long because 100 and something chapters.
Yeah. And it turns out like fucking it wasn't even his idea. It was the publisher. It was the publisher that wanted him to do like the whole like oh let's go to the girls school da 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 type shit. And he wanted to because of his previous work Love Hina. And he's just like, "What? I kind of want to do the whole shonen thing." And he's just like, "Nah, do the high school thing." And then he's just like, "I," and then he just does both. I mean, I still read it. I fucking my parents threw out my collection of Negima books, but I'm so pissed. But I
Hey,
read
that
the
was
shit
kind
out
of
of
the
them.
thing. Is that like Negima is one of those situations where you get fucking lulled in and then he goes, "Gotcha, bitch," and you can't stop reading it because you're in for the
Right?
fucking ride.
It's like
Because you're
shit.
just like,
I'm here
bro,
now. Like, woo! We're going to the magical world. That's gonna be a tournament. He's like fighting. He's like punching motherfuckers
it's
all the time.
Hounds.
Hi, horse. It's Hans. Hold on. He's like fucking laughing and punching a motherfucker while the other motherfucker is punching him in the face, and you're just like, wait, wasn't he supposed to find his dad?
Right? It's just like, what's going on here? I mean, granted, the same thing happened to Yu Yu Hakusho. I love Yu
Oh
Yu
yeah.
Hakusho. Let me say that, but like, bro, wasn't that shit about solving spiritual cases and shit like that?
Now we're in a tournament.
Yeah, now we're in the dark tournament arc, and then there's also like this thing where he fought a dude, and the dude's like, "Hey, you didn't fight me at my best. Now you gotta fight me at my best." And then like he comes back after a training arc, shit, and like, wasn't this about spiritual cases? Like, I swear to God, if you went back after the dark tournament and just like, "Hey, what if we started doing spiritual cases again? Like for real," like just went back to that season one style shit.
Yeah.
That should be jarring as fuck. I guarantee you, they'd be like, "Bro, what the fuck?" Huh?
Oh, I mean, it's
Well, we still love Yu Yu Hakusho in this house.
yeah.
I'm
Honest to God, I
One of the very few times that the main antagonist actually dies in the first episode. No one can pull that
right.
shit off
That's
anymore. No one can pull that
crazy.
shit off anymore. Wait, you think that's what started the whole isekai train? You think it
No,
started with that?
no, no, it didn't.
Digimon really did it, but
Yeah.
Really?
Oh
yeah,
yeah, Digimon's an
Digimon did it.
isekai.
Yeah,
Wouldn't it require you to actually, die first, or just?
No, you don't have to
no,
necessarily die. You're just
because remember
transported into a
they,
different world.
yeah, they're literally at camp. They're at summer camp, and that shit happens. But I suppose, like, technically, the original, if we're being like facetious and shit, is Narnia
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
or the Wizard of Oz, I suppose.
Nah, yeah, no, wait.
No, I was gonna say Peter Pan probably might beat you that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
The Mario movie's an isekai. Oh,
yeah,
he's
it
definitely
is.
an
That,
isekai, yeah.
Yeah,
the,
but Mario's original story is an isekai. Yeah,
are we talking like the live action from the '90s Mario movie? That one?
oh, both of them.
Both.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, even if you
What?
read in the manual, but let's say, yeah, we got like sidetracked with isekais and stuff like that. But like, it's like shit like that happens, and that like
Right, that's why
overhaul
we
is
brought
that
up
moment.
fucking Negima and shit. All right, because Overhaul was just like, bro, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, it's like what's it's like that is that moment for my heroes that like overhauls like that moment where you're just like, bro, what? Huh?
It's like I get it, but I'm gonna say something controversial. I didn't really like Idie as a concept or a character.
Yeah, like who?
Idie, the little girl that they saved.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah,
I like who? Oh, okay. That's a.
She's cute. It's one of those things where it's just a personal preference of mine, but
Scrappy Doo.
yes. But except Japan loves to do this with like little anime girls. It's just like it's like I'm cute and innocent, so you have to let me in.
Yeah,
And like I'm not gonna hold you. God damn, it really is that fucking camping trip arc that where everything went to shit.
yeah,
We already had that. I need to save the kid, even though the kid, no matter what, type shit with the little boy who had a water quirk. That punch Izuku in the balls.
Lol.
Wait,
Fuck.
it really. I just. God damn it.
shit, bro. Thank God for my late night Reddit scrolling because I would have never known Hirokoshi had other shit planned, but because of sales and shit, he had to change course. And now, if you think about it on a deeper level, and like the subsequent arcs afterward, you're really there thinking like, wow, it really did go downhill after that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you don't see it at the moment because you're like you're into it and shit like that, right?
Yeah. No, it's like that moment where it's like when you're reading it, you're so in that like week to week, oh, I'm reading it, I'm just gonna find out what happens next type vibe that like it doesn't really occur to you that like, hey, now this has gone off the rails. Because when you're reading it issue to issue, it's like a month between issues. You're not like you're not fucking thinking about that shit 24/7. You know, you read it and then you kind of forget about it for a month, and then it comes back, and then you read the next part.
Mhm.
And then like eventually, I mean, granted, that is if you're reading it installment for installment. For a lot of people, they were reading it once they became a like paperback book, where you'd get like, what is it, like 10 to 15 chapters in a book or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I believe
So you
so.
get like a whole fucking lore dump at once, and then from there you have to wait another year for the next one, because fucking American publishers over here don't really do that all that well.
No, America, fuck no.
Is there something regarding like American publishers when it comes to like manga or anime stuff like that that they actually did right for once?
It's one of those things where like your best bet when it comes to that stuff is either wait for a scanlation, or waiting for a or commissioning somebody to translate it for you, because the thing is that like the best way to kind of get these things nowadays is Bookwalker, and like other bookstores, if you really want a paperback of the manga. But at the same time, you need somebody to translate that, and there's only one of few ways you can do that. Either A, you send the raws to somebody and be like, hey, if I pay you $10, would you translate this for me? Or you translate it yourself, or you wait for months and months and months and months. I want to point this out right now. There's a manga I'm reading that's on fucking book 6, and book 1 just got published in the US.
Damn.
No,
So if
it
you read this
is.
thing,
Yeah.
you are that behind, and everybody else in the manga is like way ahead of you, and you're just like, I want to read what's next, but you don't get to read it until like 5 years after the manga's been and gone.
Like when I remember when I was reading Negima, and I read it at first through paperback, right? Because I was just at Barnes and Nobles and shit. R.I.P. to Barnes and Nobles.
Oh, by the way, just gonna read this out, but you are right. The Sonic movies are reverse isekai, and reverse isekai is an actual genre.
Shit, you right.
Fuck. Just now that I think
No, you're
about
right. You're right.
it.
Still a good ass movie though.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh
It was
god.
very fun.
It's no sinners, but you know.
Should have won the Oscar.
Yeah.
Tiff is not gonna let that shit slide at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
What was it? Yeah, I was reading Negima through paperback, and then once I could go on the internet, I found a website where you could read more of it. So I went on there, read more of it, and then I was just like, oh man, I'm gonna pick up the next book and read even more. I pick up the next book. It was chapters I read before. And that was when I learned the hard truth of manga productions from Japan to the US.
Yeah. There are some good mobile app publishers right now where they're like, hey, we'll charge you 10 cents a chapter. I'm speaking official releases. We're not going to talk about Yarhar, but you know, no Gaio, keep dreaming type shit. We're talking just straight official releases. Yeah.
I'm sorry, that fucking rap slaps. I don't care what anybody says. I don't give a shit. I don't care. And, oh, but it's for kids. So what?
I mean, 4Kids went hard on fucking Shaman King. Y'all remember Shaman King? Shaman King went crazy.
God.
Mm-hmm.
If your spirit is strong, it could be the one.
What fuck, what were we talking about?
The official releases that have been going around nowadays have been like, hey, guess what? You'll spend 10 cents per chapter. You read to where we have it translated right now, um, and we will let you know if something gets delayed, hiatus, canceled, whatever. But you, by the end of it, a whole book is like $5 for you,
Yeah.
right? And in that situation, I'm like, yeah, no, that's a decent price model where if I want to just read this one chapter right now, it's 10 cents, whatever. But if I want to read the whole thing, I'll spend like $30 and I'll get the equivalent of what is 3 books IRL, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you go like shopping for books, they're usually around like 17.99 usually around
Yeah.
here. I don't know how much they are.
No, they're around the same. Around
Yeah, so
depending on the book, but usually like the big the volume, the manga volumes, they're around that price. Well, they were a little less when I was buying them, but inflation and shit
yeah.
like that.
So like getting $5 per for a book essentially, and getting like 6 books and spending like $30 is all right, right? Or spending like fucking like $15 and getting 3 books is all right. That's a decent price. I won't complain about that. I'm getting my money's worth, especially because I download them and I get to read them over and over again. I don't have to like deal with no ads. I don't have to keep searching them up. I can do that at my leisure, and they send little push notifications to my phone. That is a good official release model, I feel personally,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
right? Because that also means that if a chapter is really fucking bad and I get that moment of, oh God, this shit's gone into what are we trying to do right now, I can drop it there and not like waste money on a whole book.
Yeah. Oh shit! Excuse me. But yeah, I get what you mean. Sorry.
Honestly, the only issue is that like them supporting the official releases, because I know they're just like paying for the license to really use it. Lord
Yeah.
knows I don't know how the artists are making royalty sales off of those like 10 cents per chapter model.
They're making pennies on $1, man. Probably even less than that.
Right. And that's one of those situations where it's like your biggest bet for making money off of those is when they get an anime adaptation.
Pretty much.
Or if you get picked up by like an actual publication, like a proper publication rather than like a just an online distributor.
Yeah. Or do what I'm trying to do and do it independently, and hopefully my personality of me complaining about stuff and drawing hot sexy women will pay off.
Yay!
Yay! Hip hop, hooray! Ho!
Look, I
Hey!
drew a muscle mommy. Don't you want her to fucking crush you with her thighs? Don't answer that.
I was about to make a joke. Because you remember Estelle from Streets of Rage 4?
Go ahead, make the fucking joke.
Nah,
Damn
because
that.
I
that
took
would
out my
be.
phone. You might as well make about the fucking joke.
I'm
Pen it
going to send
down.
it to you as a DM because I can't say it because that's throwing shade. And to be fair, I'm not in that mood yet.
Yet, he says.
At me? Why would you do it at me? I just draw.
Fuck net. What the fuck, man?
There we go. I sent it. That's what I was going to say before I stopped myself. Exactly. Now you understand. Now you understand why I was like, I'm not there yet. Give me a little bit. uh.
Oh, yeah, you wish.
Deep in hell.
You wish.
Now, if you said that, you would turn into horse.
Whoa! I resent that. Holy shit! Pause.
Oh, that would have been pretty funny though.
What the fuck,
Well,
net?
I can't say no. It's a harmless joke, but like,
It's very harmless, but we'll tell you. We'll tell you later. We'll tell you later.
yeah, it was a
What?
great laugh. It was a great
What
laugh.
the fuck?
Oh, please! You act like we didn't call you worse.
Damn. Hey, whoa, damn. I didn't. Wait, hold up. Slow down. Well, I didn't say all that.
I did multiple times.
Damn true. Standing on business. 10 toes down.
I mean, he's been good lately, so I haven't said it as of late, except for
Damn
yesterday.
true.
I didn't outright say
Damn.
it.
Well, no, we were talking about somebody else during that time, though.
No, that's true. Not necessarily horse.
Yeah.
I mean,
My
horse
face
is
still
there.
stands. My face will still stand there.
Damn true.
You're fine. But anyways, back to the broccoli kid, right? Ah, man, I feel bad. I kind of feel bad that Horikoshi felt like he had to change course now. I'm still
I
gonna
feel
give
like
him
that.
shit,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
I fe-
go on.
I feel like it always kind of depends on the level of writing that you're comfortable with, because there are some people who can absolutely change course like that. Rest in peace, Kira Toriyama. But like, he is somebody who had to go through a lot of last minute changes during the Cell arc, but he still managed to hold that shit together.
Yeah.
Granted, like, that's I'm not gonna give Horikoshi too much shit because I don't, like, I get it. I am consuming the art. I am from an outsider's perspective at the end of the day, and the most I can say is I did not like your art, and this is why.
Yeah. Um. Now
I'm not.
I have a better understanding now of why it felt so janky and like
Yeah, he's
just
no Reki
weird.
Kawahara.
What?
Do you remember when Reki Kawahara was like legit just writing a whole bunch of like edgy scenes to be edgy, and then like
Oh yeah.
he put out that apology being like, hey, I was young and I wasn't really thinking about it all that much, and like right now I'm really focusing on trying to get better as a writer, and I'm kind of saying that those scenes that I wrote are very cringy and they're not really something that I stand by now. But the problem is that like the animes are still adapting them as we speak, so like
Yeah.
he said that, but then we still see them and we just kind of like stare at him like, bro, what the fuck?
It's like I was a savage. I'm not a bad bitch.
Just they need to pay the bills, dude.
I mean, you don't need to pay the bills by writing scenes of people of, yeah, yeah.
Sweet home Alabama. Dun, 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 dun. Sweet home Alabama.
Capcom already got getting shit for that already with the background story for Alex.
Who?
I think Nick might have caught on to it, or he might have heard about it. Like Alex's background story for Street Fighter 6, new character. Apparently, basically married and had a kid with his cousin. You can look this up if you don't believe me. That it's right there. Capcom already getting shade for that.
Wait, she's not his cousin though.
According to the story, yeah, she is. I don't know why they wrote it that way.
No, they're not cousins, like genuinely.
Then what they getting right? What are they getting riled up for then? Because the story is
My guess is translation error. But if you remember from the original Street Fighter 3, he was taken in not by like he was taken in by somebody. I think he was like the dude who taught him how to fight.
yeah, they got that. They noted that part.
Yeah, and like that girl is supposed to be related to that dude, and they got married.
Oh, so he married his
But
his mentor's daughter or something?
yeah, basically,
I see.
like that's not a familial relation. Not to say that he doesn't have like family. I'm trying to remember who is he like related to. I can't remember. But the but like that's what? You know, this is probably a problem of like Street Fighter 3 came out in the 90s and early 2000s, and it's been 20 fucking years since then.
Oh, don't say that.
And apparently people have that short of a attention span that they can't remember that the arcade game they keep releasing over and over has a story.
Well, people's attention span has been declining.
But yeah, they're not like, this is not a Sweet Home Alabama situation.
Let me see if I can find this shit. Hold on.
Not to say that it's not weird, because keep in mind he took him in when he was very young, so essentially they were raised as siblings.
Yeah.
Still weird. Still weird,
not
mind
like
you.
Kissing cousins or anything like that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a good what the fuck?
Cause Sword Art Online, I remember.
Oh God, well, let's not talk about that. I betrayed the yeah, let's not talk about that.
Okay, found it. Okay, found one.
All right.
I put it in the chat.
Okay.
Like one of those fuck ups.
Let me go look.
Oh my god, I'm cooking in my room. It's not even 50. It's only 60 degrees. What the hell?
Dang, bro, that sucks. It's still cold here.
Yeah, no, there's a situation where it was yeah, no, okay, so I'm looking through this video and it's actually saying that no, they were never cousins.
Okay. Okay, so it was a very big translation issue then.
Yeah.
How did I mess that up?
So the reason why is because, you know, in Japanese, what do they call an old man?
I don't remember. My sister. I'm trying to learn Japanese. My sister.
So they call anybody who's like an older person Oji-san, which also translates to uncle. He calls the guy who taught him how to fight.
I see where the mix-up happened. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, how did you botch that up?
Yeah. Well, so essentially, he calls his mentor old man, and when they translated it, yeah.
Oh God. That's a big oops. That's a big oopsie.
Yeah, so now they're patching the translation to better reflect the actual situation, because it was a situation where it's like they thought they had changed the backstory and made the dude his actual uncle, and it's like, no, he's not his uncle.
Okay, that's a lot. That's much needed clarity.
Because like the dude's backstory is that like he's a former police detective who took Alex in after his parents died in a case. So it's like the dude's not related to him. He just happened to be the police guy working his case at that time.
Okay, I'm like that would have been.
It's still weird because again, they were raised as like siblings. Still weird,
Tell me about it.
but not Sweet Home Alabama.
Okay. At least we're in the clear on that. At least we're clear on that. Oh.
It's still weird that that shit is just a thing where we grew up together in the same house with the same parental figure. Let's get married.
Yeah, that was. I can't defend this shit.
No, it is a weird like way to go as far as that goes with his character because like he in Street Fighter 3 he doesn't show romantic feelings for her. Definitely doesn't show it in Street Fighter 5. But now in Street Fighter 6 all of a sudden they're married with kids.
Or supposedly going to have a kid. I'm like, there was no build up to this at all. You just jumped right into it, like.
Right, because the thing is for him is that like Alex is very much a person who is very focused on getting stronger through fighting and stuff like that. Like, dude, like he was supposed to be the new protagonist for Street Fighter 3 and they gave him like a personality matching that of being like, yeah, I just want to throw them bitches because I'm from New York and I just want to fight.
Sounds about right.
So like it's weird to kind of go from that to being go home and be a family man type shit.
It's like, hey, Epic Gamers, it's time for you to stop fighting, go home, get a wife, and have some children, god damn it.
Honestly, that might be the message they're kind of going for there because like everybody has fucking kids except for like Ryu.
Yeah.
Because Chun-Li has her adopted daughter. Guile has kids. He's had kids the entire time. Then you have like freaking Ken. He has kids at this point. Well, to be fair, some of the characters are just kids who are becoming adults, like freaking Sakura, who her whole campaign in Street Fighter 5 was like, hey, I think I want to marry Ryu. And it's like
that shit still weirded me out, dude. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, like, age-wise, they're not that different because if they're like canon ages, granted, like their story is a little bit different because it starts out with Ryu as like a young adult and her idolizing him because he won the first Street Fighter tournament against Sagat.
Yeah, I remember that much. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like all of Street Fighter Alpha happens before Street Fighter 2.
I thought 2 happened before Alpha. I thought 2 happened first, then Alpha. Or am I remembering this wrong?
So the reason here's the thing: in Japan, it's called Street Fighter Zero.
Again with these translation things. Ugh, fucking A.
So it is the stuff that happens in between Street Fighter 1 and 2. Because, 1 doesn't really have much of a story.
God damn it. Freaking...
But yeah, and then 3 takes place in the 90s. 5 takes place in the 90s. And so does freaking 6.
So 4 is the current... the the main story going ahead forward. It's for
No. Street Fighter 4 takes place before 3 during the 80s.
Oh, right. Keep forgetting that thing. I keep forgetting that happened.
Yeah, the farthest out we've gotten so far is the late 90s to early 2000s in Street Fighter 6. It's why there's like a big hip hop scene to everything, and like people have big hair and stuff like that, and their styles are
Right.
very, yeah.
I, Metro City is still a thing. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's making a little more sense now.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see the pattern.
So yeah, like Sakura's gone from being 16 to being in those
22.
10. Yeah, she's like 22 to 25-ish, I think, if we're like bringing in like Street Fighter 6 timing. And then like Ryu's in his 30s right now. He's not exactly an old man.
Nope, he hasn't hit that wall yet. So are they trying to build him up to be the next Oro though? If another iteration of Street Fighter hits.
Huh?
You remember the Oro guy, the one-armed dude from Street Fighter from Third Strike?
Oh no, like Oro is a bit of like a different entity, but like he is a fighter who's like achieved weird mystical powers and like longevity, and he's so good at fighting people that to challenge himself, he ties one of his arms behind his back.
I thought he cut it off.
No, it's behind his back. It's why like you see him swapping hands when he changes stances.
Bruh.
Yeah, it's why like in Street Fighter 5 when he came back, instead of like having him have it constantly behind his back, they had him holding a turtle.
Oh,
So that way,
right.
yeah, so that way you could see him throwing the turtle back, but like left and right between his hands as he swaps stances.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I
Street Fighter
forgot.
lore is weird.
Yeah,
Is
it
it-
sounds like it.
At least it's not Mortal Kombat right now.
We don't talk about Mortal Kombat. Rest in peace, Mortal Kombat.
Damn. Did I hit a nerve net? God, good God.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't hate Mortal Kombat. I was sort of indifferent to it. I wasn't like great at it or nothing like that, but like I did really like the run of fighting games they had during the, I don't know how to really say it, but like Mortal Kombat 9, Mortal Kombat X, those
Oh,
two
yeah.
games spanned
Oh,
such a
yeah.
large time for me, and they were so fucking good. And then you have like Injustice, and Injustice was ass. Let me point this out right now. Injustice was ass as a fighting game, but I still fucked with the overall like gameplay of it. Like it was simple gameplay, but like it felt like I understood the mechanics. I could get into it. I could play it with my friends. It was a very casual fighting game, and I was down with that. You know?
Yeah, and that's the birth of the evil Superman shit.
Yeah. Um. And I, funny thing is, I got gifted Injustice 2, and I still haven't played through it.
Yo, I have Injustice too, right? And I tried to play through it, but it kept lagging like a motherfucker. So I just gave up on it.
Yeah, it's not well built on PC. So like, if you even have it, it's like just go and play it on console. But even then, like, who the fuck wants to play Injustice 2?
I just read
And
the
like,
comics because I kind of like Superman's descent into tyranny.
You ever do the right thing or I do it for you?
And then fucking John Constantine screwed over Batman, and he's just like, yeah, nah, I ain't doing this. I have a daughter to take care of. You're on your own.
Yeah. To be real, I liked Injustice a lot when it was more of like a hey, let's get the comic book characters in there.
Yeah.
Because it was cool to have like Sub-Zero and Scorpion in Injustice.
Yeah.
But it was also cool that like we had like more obscure characters show up. I mean, they're not obscure now, but like at the time, who the fuck was putting in like fucking like, you know, we had Martian Manhunter, we had like fucking they put Zod in the game, which I was glad about.
Martian Manhunter was around at the time.
Yeah, I know, but I mean like the like characters that we didn't really get to see that much. Batgirl got in.
Not Red Hood.
They put Starfire in the second.
Injustice 2, yeah. I'm just like referring to specifically Injustice 1. If we're talking Injustice 2, then yeah, they put in TMNT, they put in Hellboy, they put in Starfire, they put in like a lot of good characters
Blue
into
Beetle.
it. Yeah, Blue Beetle.
What was his fucking name? Who was the kid who got exploded but had with his science teacher and has a science teacher in his head?
Oh, Firestorm.
Firestorm. Yeah, they put him in the second one.
Isn't technically Static a part of a Justice DC universe?
Static?
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Couldn't make him a DLC in anything like that? Wow.
Nah, they kind of hate the Dakotaverse.
Yeah. But yeah, and then the real issue is that like in Street Fighter 11, well, I mean, granted, it is also in Street Fighter X. I mean, not Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat. Look, I've been going through all the different lores right now. I'm trying to keep them all balanced. But yeah, in Mortal Kombat X, they started introducing like horror characters, right? And I was kind of okay with that. You know, having the Xenomorph, having Jason, having Leatherface. That was okay. Right? I didn't mind that. But then like now we just have straight up superheroes into the Mortal Kombat series with like Mortal Kombat 11 and 12.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Mortal
didn't they
Kombat
add,
1. I'm like,
didn't they add like both Omni-Man and Homelander?
Yeah, they did.
yep, yeah. I'm like, that was such a
And Peacekeeper.
weird. That was
Oh,
such
yeah,
a
they
weird.
did.
That was such a weird choice. Like, you're trying to sell us too hard. Like, you don't really need to add them in. You really didn't.
It's one of those situations where they've gone a little bit too far into it, and then like Spawn in Mortal Kombat 11.
Wait, they added
and
Spawn?
Yeah, they added Spawn, RoboCop, who else was
T1000.
that?
Oh, T1000 is
Terminator,
2000. The Terminator. Sorry.
yeah, T800 Cyberdyne Model 1000. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay, my bad. I happen to really know a lot about different
No.
lores.
It's just one of those things. Like, I didn't expect it, but okay.
But yeah, they legit just put all the 80s like action superhero things. But like, I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, they put in
Oh,
Rambo.
they're gonna add Jim and the holograms.
I wish. Honestly, that'd be so much fun.
Look, I went on a little bit of a rampage yesterday about Gem and the holograms. I think I was talking about the Invincible animation, and I said Gem and the holograms had better animation than Invincible.
But it's true.
It's so effed up, but yes,
How fucked up is it that like Paramount's old Superman comic like movies from the 1960s look better than something that came out over 60 years later?
I know, man, and it's not even like, oh, they didn't have the money. There's most. It's funded
Actually,
by
no, wait, 80 years.
Amazon.
80
It's
years later, my
funded-
bad.
Damn, bro. It's funded by Amazon. It's funded by Amazon. It is funded by Amazon. This is what I mean when
Yeah.
I say a lot of companies look down on animation as this stupid, ugly middle child that had, no offense, Net, no, and that is irrelevant
Damn.
to everything.
Damn.
No, it's true though. Facts. Because, like, let's be so fucking for real right now. Is that, like, animation genuinely sold war bonds? It helped the war effort back in fucking World War II. So, like, nobody really slept on animation back then. You know, that shit was for real a legitimate thing.
But now, fucking forget about it. No one is willing to bank on anything anymore, for especially in animation.
Yeah, I still remember the story about like Max Fleischer when it came to writing and doing the Superman movies because he so didn't want to do them that he set an insane price for it. And then they said, fine, we'll pay it. And he was like, well, fuck, now I have to do them. But if I'm going to do them, they can't look like shit now because they paid so much fucking money.
Mm-hmm. And
And I'm not saying,
meanwhile, go on.
I was going to say, I'm not saying that like it should look like ass compared to now, but like, damn, bro, he put his whole fucking soul in that shit. That shit was really well animated.
And then you gotta compare it to now, where it's just like Alexa, play kazoo version of Home Alone.
Fuck you. Why y'all do that to me?
Huh?
You know my house has an Alexa. How you gonna do that to me?
Damn. Damn.
But it's like a fucking a little PNG just scrooting through the screen now.
Alexa, pause the music.
Did that actually work?
Yeah, because I have my headphones, Bob.
My bad. My bad. Look. My bad. But still, it's exactly like that, and it's coming from a company like Amazon that we know they have the money to do it. And they just don't care.
Yeah.
And like I said, now animation is that ugly child that no one cares about and pats on the head saying, good for you, sweetie, type shit.
Yeah, no dead ass. Dead fucking ass. It's rough.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's in the rebellious phase. I'm like, oh, y'all don't want me anymore. Now everyone wants me. And like, the fuck you want? What?
Well, now it's like one of the situations where it's like now it's gone off to do its own shit on YouTube.
Pretty much, yeah. And don't get them wrong. They still don't want them. They only want them now because they've proven to be profitable.
They were always profitable. You just didn't have any belief in them.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, to be real, they were never exactly profitable because animation is by its very nature just expensive.
Yeah, that is true.
But
And the money, and it's not the shows that make the money, it's the merchandising that makes the money.
yeah.
Hence,
And the issue is that like they don't have the channels or the infrastructure anymore to do the same toy manufacturing as they did during the 90s and early 2000s.
yeah. It's like
At the very least.
No, I was gonna say that's the infamous reason why Young Justice was canceled, because it mostly it had a girl audience and not a boy audience, and executives at the time didn't believe girls would buy the toys or buy the games.
I mean, the game's probably not, but like nobody buys the games. They're ass.
I know they're bad. I know.
But like
But
to be
that's what
real,
they
if they did like the whole like, hey, why don't we just make these like action figures that just have pose sets? And I guarantee you, people would eat them up regardless of gender.
Oh no! But I agree with you. But in because they saw the audience skewed to girls more than guys, in their minds they're like, oh fuck, we can't sell them toys. Who would want to buy an action figure? No girl wants an action figure. When that is false under all beliefs. But at the time, that's what they believed.
Yeah, the thing is nowadays is that like it's not like how it was back in the 90s, 2000s where Hasbro could make a living just stealing off of Tomy.
Yeah.
Because like nowadays people can legit just buy the stuff directly from Tomy.
Oh yeah.
And now Hasbro is kind of like that. Damn. So it's more expensive. It's made out of more worse materials, and I gotta pay $10 markup because you're here locally, where I could just buy the actual original toy and just enjoy that.
Pretty much.
I remember that was like a big issue that was happening during the. God, I hate bringing up Beyblade because it just reminds me of that one dude. But like, my little brother was really into Beyblade as a child, and one of the things he learned very quickly was to stop buying the Hasbro versions of the toys because they would be like $19.99 to get like an actual disc thingy, and then like you'd go online to see like the Tomy one, the original one, and it would be $9.99. So you just order it on Amazon and wait 2 weeks and it'd show up.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, having that shit available to you now really like killed the manufacturing biz, you know?
Yeah.
Because you remember all the like the Simpsons merchandise that was really cheap and poorly made, and Bart
Yeah.
had blue shirts.
Oh yeah.
But people still bought them because that was the only thing available at the time.
Yep. I mean, we're not going to talk about that one time they made a control stick with Bart's body where the top of his head was spiky. So, like, why would you want to hold a joystick like that?
Yeah.
I'll get a picture for it in a moment, but I'm going to be right back when I go grab something.
All right. It's time to end stream, anyways. I just looked at the clock. I was so into drawing. I might finish this off stream. But yeah, thank you all for watching and hanging out with us. It's been a cool time. Honestly, I might do more rants like this. This has been fun. Fun discussions. I will report back on whatever I find on Reddit next. So if you want to follow me on social media, it is linked on the description below if you're watching back on YouTube, or in the About page you're watching back on Twitch. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Pacific time, so I will be back on Wednesday with more shenanigans. If you like what I do and you want to see more, consider becoming a patron today. There you get exclusive content and early access to whatever I'm doing. But if you can't do that, I do have commissions open. It is posted on my socials: Blue Sky, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, DeviantArt, and TikTok. But if you can't do that, then check out the shop on Redbubble. Hold on. What the fuck is it? All right, it's covering it. Yeah, there you go. Check out the Redbubble shop. There we got some phone cases, t-shirts, notebooks, stickers, pillows, bags, all that good jazz, featuring some of my artwork from my Sonic fan art to Sweet Tree Plaza. But if you can't do that, then check out my books out. We got my romance novel, Nickel Noel, available on Amazon.com, as well as the Sweet Tree Plaza series with Sweet Tree Plaza Fresh Spring Bake, available now on Amazon.com. But if you can't do that, then spread a word around that we're live. Subscribe here on YouTube and subscribe over there on Twitch. And in the words of my favorite cartoon character, mwah, good night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Say kablam time, say kablam channel. Say good night, y'all.
Good night.